keep the money or?
1 minute notice. I'll now call to order this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were supposed to have our invocation by Ms. Pastor Barbara Marks, but she was caught up in the fender bender out here, so please keep her in your prayers. And she did pass this along, so we're 2 or 3 agree. Here we are. Let's pray. Good afternoon, God. We thank you for this glorious day and ask that your Holy Spirit guide us as we consider the plans for and welfare of the county of Goochland. Remind us that you created it, you gave it to us to treasure and protect. May all that come before this board today approach in peace, and may hope and wisdom guide this board of supervisors in their discussions and decisions. We pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. We will now move to the chair's comments. I've just got a couple for this month. First, on Saturday, August 24th, the Board of Supervisors, the Economic Development Board, numerous staff, and a number of citizens attended the Goochland Economic Development Board of Supervisors workshop at the Central High School complex. We discussed where we are as a county and ideas to enhance economic development in core economic development areas. Sarah Worley and Chance Robinson of our Economic Development Office put together a great presentation, and we spent most of the day discussing challenges and sharing ideas to overcome those challenges. 3 things hit me as we were going through that, or 3 questions hit me. First, why does everyone seem to want to live in Goochland? Short answer is we're awesome. So let's take advantage of that. Second, why are all these Goochland officials giving up their Saturday for this? I'd say we have a dedicated staff and group of elected officials, and that is a great asset to this county. And third, why do we do these, look to do these economic development projects? And I think we have a high level of services that we offer our citizens, and we also have a robust capital improvement plan. So we always have to be looking forward. And these types of projects help us in addition to revenues we get from residential tax revenue. These are critical to balancing our revenues that come into the county over the course of the year. So it was a great day, people giving up a good chunk of their weekends for it. And I'm so glad that in Goochland County we do workshops like that. Second, Mr. Neil Spoonhauer was voted the finance chair of the CVTA over the past month. And so that's going to be wonderful for the county as we move forward with trying to get funding for major transportation infrastructure projects. And third, Mr. Austin Goyne, our transportation director, was voted vice chair of the technical advisory committee of CVTA. So great way for Goochland staff and elected officials to be a part of these broader regional development boards. So those are the chair comments I have for this month. I'll turn it over to Mr. Vic Carpenter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just two items to remind you of is we all recall where we were on September 11th, 2001, and we will be remembering our traditional Goochland County remembrance ceremonies this year again on obviously September 11th, 9:45 a.m. at Company 5 Firehouse here in Fairgrounds Road. And then later that night, 7 o'clock p.m. at Company 1 Firehouse, which is 180 River Road West. Both these are community events. The public is welcome to come to them both. That's my report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. We will now take any requests to postpone agenda items and additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation. Excuse me. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda for tonight? Okay. Seeing none, we'll now move on to the citizen comment period. We will now open the floor to citizen comments. Each speaker must, I'm supposed to do that after. Each speaker must give their name and address. Citizens are reminded that comments should be about items not covered by the public hearings being held later tonight. Comments should be respectful and no more than 3 minutes in length. Should multiple citizens wish to have a common speaker, they may cede their time in 2-minute increments up to a total allotted time of 10 minutes. Per board rules of procedure, section 3.2, a reasonable period of time intended to not be more than an hour is allocated for citizens' comment period. I'll now open the floor.
Mr. Green, thank you very much. Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin Sabbath. I have had a busy, busy month of August. What is being passed out to you is a map that was used for to talk to a neighborhood off of Mannequin Road called Tuckahoe Bridge. They had questions based on our workshop that we did on August the 8th. It was, the presentation was done by Rob Williamson, Paul Costello, and myself. We were kind of taken back when none of these neighbors seemed to know what was going on around them. They didn't know anything about, I'm sorry, my alarm, about Mannequin Town. They had no idea that it had been voted on many, many years ago. They had no idea about what was going on with a pre-application for Highfield that borders them. They had no idea that a pre-application had been put in for the golf course. Matter of fact, some of them said that they had stopped by the golf course and the golf course had told them it was not for sale. So we deal with just facts, okay? We do not put anything out that we haven't received from the county. We have a firm policy to not spread rumors. Well, right now, there is so many rumors going around that about everything from X to Z. We're just not getting the information that we need to kind of calm people down a little bit. This has been going on, I guess, for the last 3 years. It has been more pronounced. And I think that we really do need to do a better job of communicating with the citizens what is going on in their community so that they can fully engage with you so that they don't feel like that they don't have a voice. I feel like I've got a pretty good voice, okay? But I would like more than me to have to be up here standing month after month after month. And that will come with time. Thank you very much. Take it.
Thank you, Mrs. Moore.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sally Graham. I'm at 15676 Mosaic Creek Boulevard. I'm the Executive Director of Goochland Cares, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to introduce our new CEO. This is Andrea Hannon, and she's 6 days into the job, but we wanted to be sure that you met her early on. So we're really excited about the future and where the organization is going to go, and I thought I'd let Andrea say hi.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Ahonen, and Goochland Cares is my new residence, I guess, 2999 River Road West. I'm so pleased and honored to be joining this amazing organization, continuing the legacy that Sally has developed over the last 25 years. As of Sunday, it was her 25th anniversary. And so can't thank you all enough for the tremendous support that the county shows to Goochland Cares and the residents of the county and all of the 12 services that are provided, and just look forward to working with each of you and continuing the trust and transparency and partnership that the two organizations have built over the years. So wonderful to meet you all, and look forward to more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And could we have a round of applause for Ms. Graham?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, and staff. I'm Keith Burgess, District Manager for Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District. Let me lead off by thanking you all for placing our memorandum of understanding on the consent agenda for later this afternoon. Monacan hosted its annual Virginia Agricultural Callship Outreach Program event on August 27th. The Virginia Association for Biological Farming provided a keynote partner presentation. A variety of partner organizations were present, including Virginia State University with its Small Farm Outreach Program. A variety of producers, ranging from traditional grain and livestock producers to small producers that raise and process poultry for direct marketing, were in attendance. All 47 soil and water conservation districts across the state of Virginia are evaluated annually related to grant agreements with the Virginia State Soil and Water Conservation Board and subsequently the Department of Conservation and Recreation. The review is conducted by Department of Conservation and Recreation staff. The Operations and Administrative Grant contains 17 grant deliverables. The Virginia Agricultural Callship Grant contains 16 deliverables. Monacan received an A rating, which is the highest grade possible, in all deliverables. There were no deficiencies, no recommendations to improve operations. Monacan staff consistently implements, reviews, and revises checks and balances to implement best business practices. We're working on our 4-year strategic plan. Later this fall, we will hold a stakeholder meeting with that date and location yet to be determined. Related to financial statements, our board reviews financial statements and all transactions as of the end of each month. Quarterly financial statements are also reviewed by DCR for compliance with grant agreements with the Virginia Soil and Water Conservation Board. We've met recently with both Goochland and Powhatan County staff. These meetings are multifold in purpose. The first is to enhance working relationships and for less tenured county staff to understand the services and resources provided and available through Monacan. The second purpose is to expand our conservation partnerships that will benefit our communities through soil and water conservation. A third benefit at this time, as we move into the budget season, is to help us all in developing budgets and understand our budgets. And we continue to seek applications for our agricultural conservation technician position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Thank you. Any other citizens? Okay. Seeing none, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, you have in front of you the minutes from our August 6th Board of Supervisors meeting, which began at 4:30 p.m. Do I have a motion to approve these minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll now move on to reports. I'll now ask our Goochland representatives to the Pamunkey Regional Library Board, Ms. Barbara Young and Ms. Barbara Sloan, to present an update on the library.
Good afternoon. Chairman Vaughter and board members, thank you for this opportunity to share with you the work that's being done at Pamunkey Regional Library Board. I'm Barbara Young, as I was introduced, as one of the representatives for Goochland County, and my fellow representative is Barbara Sloan. Barbara had a family thing that went on this afternoon, so she's not going to join as far as the presentation. However, when we come to questions, we may turn to Barbara. You also have to be named Barbara to be on this committee. So I have, what I would like to do, though, is I'd like to introduce you to two new folks on there, have been on the staff, but they have joined us in the leadership on the staff. As you well know, that we received a letter of resignation from Mr. Tom Shepley. We received that on June 13th, and we accepted his resignation on June 27th. At that time, we hired Ms. Jamie Stoops as the acting PRL director, and Ms. Sharita Bradby, who is back here, as the acting assistant director. Both Ms. Stoops and Ms. Bradby each have over 20 years with Pamunkey Library and bring a wealth of knowledge and skills to the positions. Both have been serving as deputy directors before we move them into their current positions. Because of the way that they have stepped up to the challenge that we have given them to take on, and to help create some smooth transition with the permanent staff down the road, we have set the time of service in these roles as the end of the fiscal year. It'll be June 30th. We do have flexibility with this timeline. And Jamie would like to say a few words.
Thank you. Chair Vaughters, members of the board. Hi, I'm Jamie Stoops. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce ourselves. We're excited about the prospect of serving PRL in these new roles over the coming year. I'd like to just briefly highlight a few of the key achievements for fiscal year '24. Overall system performance at the library, we surpassed all our forecasted goals in several key areas: circulation, library visits, and attendance at library-sponsored programs. We achieved 90% of our forecasted goal for new borrowers. Some notable statistics coming from our Goochland branch: meeting room usage. The community use of the meeting room increased significantly by 68% this year, largely due to being opened 1 hour later each evening, Monday through Thursday. This statistic, as well as the 14% increase in library visits, does highlight the need for a place for the community to meet. So thank you for funding those additional hours this year. Summer reading program. Goochland branch had a highly successful summer reading program. Despite being the fourth largest branch in the system, they had the second highest signups in the system, totaling 1,728 participants. We're currently working on a more detailed community impact report that we'll hopefully be sharing with the library board at the end of this month, and we will share that with our counties as well. Thank you. I'm excited for this next year.
Thank you very much. We're excited to have you.
We are very excited to have them too, believe me. We as Pamunkey Board for the library have one of our key responsibilities is fiscal responsibilities. In September of 2023, we were made aware that the yearly audits for FY 2022 and FY 2023 were both not completed. We immediately set up an ad hoc committee whose members met weekly, and that included our people off our board, it included staff, it included Hanover's financial department, and the audit company. The FY 2022 audit was finally completed in December of 2023, and the FY 23 audit was completed in June of 2024. To assist Pamunkey in completing these, we as a board hired a part-time CPA to assist with that work. In July of 2024, we began the work on the FY24 audit with the goal of completing it by November 30th of this year. I'm pleased to report that the work on the FY24 audit is ahead of schedule. As a matter of fact, we turned in things, we're now looking for Hanover to get things to us, so, which is kind of a nice turnaround. We've also made that ad hoc committee into one of our standing committees, so we will continue with that audit committee. And we have, we also are planning on trying to hire the CPA part-time, but full-time part-time. So another PRL staff member who has really stepped up to the plate since our change in the upper level management is Ken Catrone, the business operations manager at Pamunkey. One of our standing committees is our finance committee, which is chaired by Barbara. It is once again a fully functioning committee. Ken and Barbara have worked very closely together to create a much more informative monthly fund balance report. I know that moving towards the finance committee is working to make sure that the FY 2026 budget is completed and shared with our member divisions in a timely manner. That brings me to the latest concern, which has surfaced in July, and that was that we received a letter, the county administrators and I, as chair, received a message from King William County that they would like to leave Pamunkey Regional Library at the end of June. Now, they very recently, the county administrator in King William submitted his resignation, and the now acting county administrator just in the last week sent us a message saying that they would like for us to hold off on making any decisions until they have had a chance to regroup on what they're doing, which makes making a budget for 2026 a little difficult because we don't know whether they'll be part of Pamunkey or whether they won't. And to be very honest, Ken has put together two budgets, one with King William still in the system and one without. So we are working, we're trying to address that without getting off schedule. We have done, completed a tremendous amount of work especially with the help of the staff. One thing is a 5-year plan. The state of Virginia requires that all libraries and regional library systems within the state have a current 5-year plan. The 5-year plan is directly tied to the availability of state funds. The last formally completed PRL 5-year plan expired at the end of 2020. Each year in the report to the state of Virginia, PRL has been able to report that there were still goals and objectives in that expired plan that needed to be completed. However, as a team, the team with staff and the board, we decided that we really needed a current plan. And in August, we completed and approved a new temporary 5-year plan. Ms. Stoops and Ms. Bradby are now heading up a new committee who will complete or create a new comprehensive 5-year plan that is developed using tools such as surveys, questionnaires, focus groups, and research using input from all the stakeholders. We did not do that with our temporary plan. The goal is to have that plan completed no later than December of 2025. So we hope we will be back in compliance with what we need. And another item, as part of our planning for PRL, we are building a 1-year calendar of regular events throughout a normal year. Our standing committees, the finance, the personnel, and the audit committee are helping with this process, as are the staff and the board. That will then be something we hope it can carry over from year to year, so we really have an idea of what needs to be done and when it needs to be done. With all that has been going on in the last couple months, we put on hold the major work on updating of our PRL policies, which is another responsibility of the board. We are restarting our concentrated work on this, on the policies this month. So we are getting back on board with that. PRL staff, besides conducting the everyday work of the libraries, has been working tirelessly to update our PRL website to make sure that all the needed documentation is there. It hasn't been, but it will be. And to make the site much more user-friendly. They are also working with the data collection company with whom PRL has a contract named Orange Boy. It's a company out of Ohio that collects our data, and they're working with them to really analyze the data that we have to determine areas where we're excelling and areas where we can improve PRL. Another item that PRL staff, Jamie and Sharita in particular, have done is they put together an incredible orientation training manual. And we conducted the first training of one of our new board members with using this, and it's an excellent document. Future plans. We're very excited that there are some great future plans to PRL. One of these is an item for distribution lockers for after-hours pickup for checked-out books and materials. And Goochland is to be one of the pilot sites for this. In fact, they're planning on bringing this locker this next week, and we will see how it functions for us. And Jamie, I don't know if you wanted to say anything else about it, or?
We're excited about that, and also to explore other possibilities about locker potentially locations in other places in the county to provide just a expanded service that way. So this is the first step, hopefully to be implemented this fall. We're excited to see how it goes.
This has been kind of a broad stroke of things that are happening. There are a lot of things happening right now. We are happy to try to answer any questions that we can. If we can't answer them today, we will make sure we get answers to you. So I guess I open it up at this point for questions.
Mr. Spindle? Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I want to first start by thanking you and Ms. Sloan for your leadership in this, and just it's a topic that's extremely important to our citizens, and it gets a lot of attention as it should. So thank you for standing in the gap for us and creating a library system that, as you can see, as Ms. Stutes shared, is getting a lot of use, and folks find it important. The question I have, as you know, it's difficult being an appointee sometimes, but so the question I would have for you is, what can our board be doing to support you and the Pamunkey Library System, besides for money, because we know that's important, but other than money, are there things that we could be doing to support you?
Oh, gosh, Barbara, I'm looking at you too.
And feel free to get back to us on that.
We could get back to you on that. I will say, one of the things that came up with in a meeting, and we talked with, Vic and I, the three of us talked about this recently, and that is that I know that the reason that money wasn't coming right at the beginning of the quarter was because of the audits. And I'm hoping that now that the audits are on target where they should be, that hopefully that, we don't have to worry about that down the road. So.
Mr. Chairman, I want to iterate what Supervisor Spoonhour said, and thank you. I grew up as a library rat instead of a gym rat, and so I have great affection and appreciation for the library system. Do you have any insight as to why some of the counties are opting to not participate in the regional library? I see such great value in it, and I don't want to project my value system on others, but is there an opportunity to evangelize and perhaps bring some that have strayed back into the fold? Or how might we approach and truly keep it a regional effort?
Yes, there are opportunities for us. In fact, Jamie and I are in the process of trying to set up a meeting with King William Chair and Vice Chair. We had one set up, and then when their administrator left, they asked us to postpone that meeting. So we have not met with them yet. I do know when King and Queen left, they left for purely financial reasons. They just, they said that they couldn't afford it. I'm not sure that that's still, I don't know if they're realizing that that's probably wasn't the best choice. We're hoping that with King William, that we can share with them the strong advantages to staying within the system. Again, that is our hope. With King William, I've heard several different reasons why they feel like that they should leave. They're not, I hear one thing from one person and one thing from another person. Financial, I've heard comments about some of the books that are in the library. But I'm getting different answers from different people, so.
I
Yes.
do have one comment,
Yeah.
and that is that, sorry. I wasn't planning on speaking. I do have one comment, and that is that we frequently hear, and I'm sure y'all do too, crazy rumors about banning and censorship and all this kind of stuff. And I would just urge y'all to point your constituents back to us, or if you have questions, to come to us, and just urge them to focus on the facts and not the rumors about what's going on in the library, because I can't tell you how many people I say, well, why are you banning books? And why is the board selecting these books? And I said, okay, wait a minute. We don't select the books. Nothing's been banned. There's no censorship. So that's something I would like you to just, please, come to us anytime, and we will try to keep an open dialogue with you about all of it, and just focus on the facts. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
I just have one quick request as much as a question. I love the work that the library is doing to the extent there can be outreach to the eastern end of the county. So districts 4 and 5, that would always be welcome. And I think a number of citizens in those districts don't have the wonderful exposure or experience to the courthouse that districts 1, 2, and 3 do. So any ways to reach out to them is appreciated. Mr. Winfrey?
I mean, what I'm hearing is a very positive report from you all, and I just commend you and thank you. It looks like things are settling down, and
Yes.
I commend the staff as well as the board who's hung in here through some controversy or whatever, and I know losing your executive director and so forth, but it sounds like things are on the right track, the audits and so forth, and hope they don't find too much. But thank you all for hanging in there.
Thank you. And it is in good shape. We really are moving forward, so
Thank you all very much.
thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll now move on to the VDOT report. I'll ask Mr. Marshall Wynn to present that report to the board. All other reports are included in your packet. Mr. Wynn?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter, Marshall Wynn with VDOT. This past month, we had 150 work orders and completed 134. Had 8 after-hour call-outs. All of them were trees down in the road due to some storms we had. This past month, we've been doing asphalt and pothole repair as usual, pipe replacement and cleaning, ditch and shoulder repairs and cleaning, tree and brush removal and cleanup. Did complete the 3rd cycle of primary mowing just last week, and we plan on starting the second cycle of secondary mowing Monday. So that should take care of the cycle for this year. Other than that, I really don't have anything else to report unless y'all have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Wynn? Mr. Lau?
I am going to ask if this was a VDOT initiative with the herbicides along the roadways. I've had a couple of constituents on Hermitage Road express concern that the herbicide was put on their property and not on the right-of-way, and they were put out. I'll just put it to that. Is there some schedule that you know of that can be shared with the citizens? And if the citizens were to put up markings of some sort that said, this is not right-of-way, this is private property, do not spray, is there some way to ameliorate that situation where private property is being sprayed with the herbicide?
Yeah, I know usually we do the bud inhibitor, is what it's called, a year after we do limbing on certain roads and everything. But I can certainly get with you later to have a further discussion with that if you'd like.
I would appreciate that very much.
Okay.
I serve the people, and so I'm getting these calls.
Yes, sir.
The other question is, without going into TMI, I had an opportunity to walk along Mannequin Road from Dover Hall down towards Satterwhite's. And those ditches could use, I don't know if they're on the ditching or cleanup schedule, but particularly on the west side of Mannequin, there's a real healthy growth going on, and those ditches are getting pretty flat. I don't think there's much ditch to them anymore. So is that on the schedule, or is that
Are
something?
you talking about the north side of Mannequin?
I'm
from Broad
talking,
Street?
well, I'm going west towards the courthouse, so I'm going to
Okay.
call it the west side.
Okay.
And the north side would, I'm going to call it the west side.
All right.
Heading towards the courthouse. That ditch, or that side of the road particularly, is
Okay,
almost non-existent. And I know as you get to Hermitage Road in Mannequin, that is a low-water environment, and I don't know if not having a ditch would help or hurt that, but I just share that from firsthand experience, walking along that road,
okay.
and
I
have shared that with you.
I'll put it on their schedule, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Any other comments from the board? Mr. Spinner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, thank you for being here, Mr. Nguyen. Last month, I had brought up a citizen concern about the grass encroaching on Rockcastle from 1463 to Westview Road, and we were going to look into it. I got an email from her on Sunday saying it hasn't been touched yet, so
Okay.
we relook at that.
Yeah, certainly will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do any board members wish to report on any regional boards that they're serving on? Mr. Spoonhour?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for acknowledging. So I want to give a little context real quickly about the importance of these committees. With most of our regional boards, we are assigned votes based on our population, and being one of the smallest populations means we get very little votes, which means what we say carries little weight. So the benefit of, and historically, up till now, and CBTA is going into its fourth year, we've had mostly the larger localities, which carry the majority of the votes, being voted into the leadership positions. I want to say thank you to those localities that saw fit to to vote myself and the vice chair, Mr. Moore from New Kent County, as well as Mr. Goen. In these committees, all of our votes are equal. So it's a much more level playing field. And of course, most things have to be voted on by the full commission, but do carry the weight of each committee. So this does give Goochland a lot more say in what's going. And again, it does speak to that regional partnership that the larger localities are willing to include the smaller localities. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Spoonhour. Any others? Okay. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. I will ask Mr. Carpenter to summarize the items under consent, and then we'll seek a motion either as a group or taken individually. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, tonight we have 7 items on the consent agenda. Item number 1, the board is requested to set a public hearing for November 6th to consider an ordinance amendment to effect the removal of 655 Monacan Drive from the TCSD. The property meets all the criteria required for removal, and after its leaving, the net value of growth in the TCSD will still be over $2 million. Item number 2, the board is requested to refer to the Planning Commission for a public hearing an ordinance amendment allowing businesses in industrial parks to have their names or logos affixed to the park sign, as well as to allow a sign on their own property. Item 3, the board is requested to authorize the county administrator to execute an MOU with the Monacan Soil and Water Commission, which expires this week. The only change in the MOU is to extend the term of the agreement from 2 to 4 years. Item 4, the board was requested to authorize the county administrator to execute a service agreement amendment with the Central Virginia Waste Management Authority, which will allow for the continued collection, transportation, and processing of used oil, oil filters, and antifreeze. The term will run for 5 years, with one 5-year extension possible. Item 5, the board is requested to approve the amended fiscal year 2024-2025 performance contract between Goochland Powhatan Community Services and the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. This approval is required by state law. Only modifications are those caused by changes to state law in the last session of the General Assembly. Item number 6, the board is requested to budget and appropriate Department of Fire Programs additional grant funds in the amount of $38,824 to the Fire Rescue Department's fiscal year 2025 general fund budget. The original budget reflected a grant of $87,900, while the actual grant received was $126,724. And item number 7, the board is requested to adopt a resolution requesting that the Virginia Department of Transportation accept a total of .2 of a mile of Mosaic Creek Boulevard in Mosaic at West Creek Subdivision, Section 2A, into the secondary system of state highways for maintenance. That is the consent agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Supervisors, do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve consent agenda items 1 through 7 as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. The motion passes. We'll now move on to new business. We have 2 September reappointments to make. First, to the Board of Equalization, we have the reappointment of Frank Wilson for a 3-year term effective October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2027. And for the Recreation Advisory Commission, we have the reappointment of Laverne Johnson for a 2-year term effective November 1st, 2024 through October 31st, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Are the employees here so we can thank them in person?
No, sir.
Nice to have them work full-time. Okay.
Given that we have a motion and a second, let's go to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay. That takes us through the end of our agenda for the afternoon session. We will now recess into our 6 p.m. Board of Supervisors meeting. The Board of Supervisors will have dinner with the Parks and Recreation Department and Recreation Advisory Committee for the Wall of Fame induction and recognition of Mr. Wayne Dementi in the Goochland Sports Complex gym. Thank you.
Hey, sir, how you doing? Good to see you, Doctor. Doctor. Good to see you. Good to see you. Everything okay? Yeah, doing fine.
My experience is from the sentence is when you in the ER, when it rains,
Sit there, wait all day, and you get more calls than you go to.
exactly.
You're
All
right.
at the same time.
Good seeing you, sir. Take care.
Take care.
How are you?
are seats up front if people want to maybe fill in some.
Sorry for the delay, we're waiting for a guest of honor.
Still eating cake.
Welcome. We'll now reconvene the September 3rd meeting of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. We will start with two resolutions. The first is a resolution recognizing Mr. Wayne Dementi for his years of service to Goochland County. Ms. Biskewitz will read the resolution, then I will ask for a motion to approve. Will Mr. Dementi please, oh wait, no. Well, yeah, will Mr. Dementi please join me up front?
We'll do the motion.
Yeah.
Whereas Mr. Wayne Dementi has demonstrated long-standing dedication and humanitarian commitment to the residents of Goochland County. And whereas Mr. Dementi has served in numerous leadership roles within Goochland County, including President of the Rotary Club of Goochland, President of Goochland Fellowship and Family Services, President of the Goochland Chamber of Commerce, and President of the Goochland Historical Society. And whereas Mr. Dementi facilitated the merger of Goochland Fellowship and Family Services and Goochland Free Clinic to become Goochland Cares, and as the inaugural board president, led the new organization to better serve our community. And whereas Mr. Dementi played a key role in founding Tucker Park and Friends of Goochland Parks, contributing to the enhancement of local recreational spaces. And whereas Mr. Dementi led the project and a $500,000 campaign to restore the Goochland Courthouse Green, preserving the county's historical heritage. And whereas Mr. Dementi co-authored the book, Facts and Legends of Goochland County, enriching the community's understanding of its history. And whereas Mr. Dementi founded Goochland Pet Lovers and led a $1.5 million capital campaign to build the adoption wing of the Goochland Animal Shelter. And whereas Mr. Dementi's leadership and efforts have left a lasting impact on Goochland County, including contributions to the Animal Shelter Exercise Trail, Disc Golf Course, and Tucker Park. And whereas the Goochland Recreation Advisory Commission has endorsed Mr. Dementi for induction into the Goochland County Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame. Now therefore, the Goochland County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Wayne Dementi for his exemplary service to the residents of Goochland County and endorses his induction into the Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame.
I want to enthusiastically make the motion to my friend, whereas he is my friend, Wayne Dementi, to approve this resolution.
Second.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Wayne.
Mr. Benny?
Would you like to say a few words?
Just a giant thank you.
Thank you. The next resolution is, we'll wait a minute for those exiting. The next resolution is recognizing retired clerk of the Goochland County Combined General District Court, Diane White. Ms. Viscavich will read the resolution, then I will ask for a motion to approve. Will Ms. White please join me on the floor?
Whereas Diane Henley White, a dedicated public servant, retired as clerk of the Goochland County Combined District Court on July 31, 2024, after 44 years of exceptional service to the community. And whereas Diane Henley White started serving the citizens of Goochland County in the Treasurer's Office from 1978 to 1980. And whereas Diane Henley White began working as a deputy clerk of the Goochland Combined Court on June 5, 1980, under the then clerk Virginia Bradley, then became clerk of the Goochland Combined District Court on April 1, 1988. And whereas Diane Henley White is an honest and dedicated public servant who strived for excellence in all of her endeavors and whose primary concern was the efficient functioning of the Goochland Combined District Court. And whereas Diane Henley White shined in her role interfacing with the public, fielding questions from the community members, and directing them to the appropriate resources, always in a friendly, timely, and professional manner. And whereas Diane Henley White has served with honor and distinction with the Goochland Combined District Court, and her vision and unyielding commitment to excellence have set the standard for public service. And whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that the outstanding accomplishments of this remarkable and distinguished Goochland County citizen be appropriately recognized, and now therefore be it resolved by the Goochland County Board of Supervisors that they hereby commend Diane Henley White on the occasion of her retirement as clerk of the Goochland County Combined District Court, and on behalf of the citizens of Goochland County, express to her the deep appreciation for her decades of service. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the Board of Supervisors prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Diane Henley White as a written memorial of the Board of Supervisors' recognition and sincere expression of the community's appreciation to Diane Henley White for her commitment to serving the residents of Goochland County and to extend best wishes to her on her well-earned retirement.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Goochland Supervisors approve the resolution recognizing Ms. Diane Henley White.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Say anything this way?
Well-earned recognition. Next on the agenda is the presentation of a report from Goochland Pet Lovers. Dr. Lori Elliott will present.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here and just get a little bit of a refresher on Goochland Pet Lovers. I thought it was a very fine night to do that, considering your honor of Mr. Dementi. Along with Tom Winfrey, really key in our organization starting and becoming the successful organization that we are today. Right now, I am the board chair of the Goochland Pet Lovers, and I'm also the supervising vet at the shelter, so I wear a couple of different hats. I'd like to just, for those of you who don't know about Goochland Pet Lovers, I'd like to just give you a quick story on that. We began about 10 years ago. The old shelter was cited for violations of state code, started to become fined. Then County Administrator Becky Dixon dreamed big about it. We thought maybe build a little shelter, maybe twice the size of the old 2,000 square foot shelter. She didn't see it that way. She saw it as something that would be a shining star in Goochland County. And the way to do that, she felt, was to have a public-private partnership. And so the county actually had two versions of that shelter drawn up by the architect. One was just the shelter portion, and one was the shelter and adoption center portion that you see today. If private funding was to become available, we could build the whole thing. So in 2016, Becky was fighting terminal cancer, and she had had lots of meetings with Wayne and a few of the other folks in the community, and enlisted his support and his help to develop what became Goochland Pet Lovers. 16 people were invited by Becky to that first meeting. Tom will remember that at Bella Cecilia, and every single one of us signed up and wanted to do that, partly for the community and partly for Becky, because she really pulled us all together. In less than 2 years, we surpassed what the county had asked, about $1.25 million. As you heard earlier, I think we hit about $1.5 million. And we all had such a good time. We liked each other, we had fun, we seemed to be successful at raising money, coming as an organization that didn't have any background and still being able to fill what we had promised. We decided to try to find some other ways to fundraise to help our community. So the first was a medical fund. All of the animals that come into the shelter get basic vaccinations from the county, but we provide funding for anything else they need. That might be emergency care. Some of you might remember Pearl, a dog who had been shot after getting some chickens in somebody's yard, and kind of made the news story. It kind of highlighted what we do at the shelter. That dog spent quite a bit of time and finances at the VRCC in Goochland and then back at the shelter, was adopted by a volunteer and is living a great life. We're doing well with that medical fund, and that's being utilized every day, and decided that we should help the community members that are a little bit less fortunate. We found that there are a lot of folks in the community that can't afford to take proper care of their animals. And so we wanted to kind of mirror Goochland Cares, only for animals. So we formed the Good Neighbor Outreach, and we have been working on the outreach, helping folks at 200% of poverty or below, taking care of their animals. At first, just vaccinations, and we found out there was a lot of care needed because they hadn't been getting good nutrition and getting cared for. We now do heartworm testing, heartworm prevention, flea and tick prevention, spay and neuter. We insist on, that's part of our criteria. We also purchase county licenses and hand them out to the folks after they've gotten proper vaccinations. Try to make our community in general a little bit healthier by helping those that can't help themselves. And then in the last year, we've started our third kind of arm of outreach, and that is our education outreach. We're very proud that this school year, every third grade student in all of the schools in Goochland County will have 6 visits from our education team. They'll be teaching a Humane Society of the United States curriculum, part of that curriculum, called Teaching Kindness. And it relates to how to well care for animals, but also how to care for each other and look at our community as a whole. So we're very proud of that. Those kids will end their 6th session by coming through the shelter and getting a tour by the shelter staff, and maybe go home and get their parents to come back and get an animal there. So thank you, and again, congratulations from Goochland Pet Lovers to Wayne. Couldn't have done it without him, and thank you to our Goochland Pet Lovers members that are here today as well. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
We will now open the floor for citizen comments. Each speaker must give their name and address. Citizens are reminded that comments should be about items not covered by the public hearings being held later tonight. Comments should be respectful and no more than 3 minutes in length. Should multiple citizens wish to have a common speaker, they may cede their time in 2-minute increments up to a total allotted time of 10 minutes. Per Board's Rules of Procedure, Section 3.2, a reasonable period of time intended to not be more than an hour is allocated for citizens' comment period. I'll now open the floor.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Garman, 4003 Royal Virginia Lane, Louisa. It's really Haydensville. And I'm here to once again say that we're nearing hunting season, and we've had many issues at Royal Virginia Estates of people hunting too close to our properties. We have an additional concern that I've spoke to Jonathan Christie about and also to Paul Drumright. Our understanding is someone is going to be building a hunting lodge on a property that's, it borders Royal Virginia, but it's landlocked. And we just have concerns, like, where are these people going to hunt? And hopefully not next to our property. I'm going to concede some of my time to Tony Emma, and he knows a little bit more of what's going on.
He could speak separately. You don't need to cede
Oh, okay.
time to him in this situation.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. See you next month.
I didn't know I was going to speak, but
Please give your name and address.
my name is Tony Emma. I live at 3007 Royal Virginia Parkway, and I just want to pay my respects to Mr. DeBent and the lady who retired for making this community so incredible for us. So I was made aware of the idea that someone was going to put a hunt club in a piece of property that was, there's a Dollar General on Broad Street, and then there's a church on the corner of the street, and then back in there is a piece of property where they're going to put this hunt club. Now, we haven't been able to get back there because they've gated it off. And on the other side are properties of the Royal Virginia Estates. So I can't imagine, it's landlocked, and it's probably about a 5-acre, 6-acre piece of land, so I don't know, they're going to put a hunt club in there. It sounds menacing. I don't know. It's probably legitimate, but, you know, we're a community that was built around a golf course. And when I moved there in 2012, it was one of the most beautiful places I'd ever seen, and I've lived in some really nice places. So we loved it there. We still love it there. It's turned into more of a wild area. But now there have been issues with people who have bought the property since then and turning it into various things, and we've had various concerns about what their intentions were. Now that the hunters are starting to proliferate on the properties, I have to be honest, on my property, I'm off of the beaten path. I'm not on a fairway. The hunters have not impeded me or my family. Sometimes the dogs come on and I hold them for the hunters, and they come and get them. But it seems like on the fairways, there are more hunters than there should be, and that they are encroaching on properties. Now, how far in, I don't know, but I know they're right on the property line. And it seems like there's a 100-yard rule that hunters have to be 100 yards from a dwelling to hunt, to discharge it. That doesn't seem to be honored. We have concerns about the property where the clubhouse is as to whether or not that property is even allowed to have hunters based on whatever the designation is for it. That was the one that was going to be a COVID memorial, and those plans have been dropped. But so we have a lot of issues about, you know, what the intentions are, what this hunt club means. What is there going to be? Who's going to hold the liability? I understand a hunt club doesn't have to have liability insurance, and what does that mean for the community? You know, we're a community built around a golf course, and now we have a lot of other things that we have to deal with. So we would hope that you folks would just investigate and do the best job you can to protect our interests.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Reinesdahl. I'm here to back up Michelle and Tony. I was, what's that?
Your
Oh,
address.
3031 Royal Virginia Parkway. I am very close to the clubhouse that we are talking about on the golf course. I live on the 10th fairway of the golf course. Last February, we came here in March to tell you about this. Last February, I had to go out on my back deck and scream at one of the hunters because there were 9 hunters in this fairway that maybe is 100 feet across. It's not very wide. I can see my neighbor's house. There were 9 hunters coming down through there with 7 dogs and 2 children. And they were there they had come from the other side of the road, and they were there for quite, maybe a half an hour. And they were probably looking for rabbits. I'm not sure what they were hunting. It was the last day of hunting season in February. And they started to shoot, and they scared my horse so badly. They were right next to my pasture. So I went out on the deck and I yelled, "You're too close to my pasture." And the guy yelled back at us and said, "This is not your property." I know that. Anyway, Michelle lives in the woods right behind my house. So I started texting her, "These hunters are right next to your house on the fairway." Anyway, the problem is that they were shooting all afternoon right there. There's 2 other houses that I can see that between my neighbor's house and my house, it might be 100 yards, but they own half of that property. The 10th fairway is this much, and we own this much. So these hunters were so close to my pasture and to Michelle's kitchen that I was scared for her. So we were texting back and forth, and it was scary. But this lasted all afternoon. I called the sheriff. I forget which sheriff I spoke to. And he said that Goochland doesn't have Article 78, which is the rule, the state rule, I guess, that says in order to discharge a firearm, you need to be 100 yards from a dwelling. And apparently we don't have that in Goochland. Now, I know we have a ton of hunters and everybody loves guns, but could we look into maybe having some regulation about how close you can be to someone's back deck to shoot and, make the animals go crazy? Because my horse was crazy that day. And now, the hunting season was over, so the sheriff said, "You're lucky, this is the last day of hunting season." Well, what do we do now? It's back, So we want to know how to go about this. There have to be some rules. It used to be a golf course. It's now a bunch of weeds and a lot of rabbits in there, and probably every other bird you can think of. The point is, we need to have something done. If they're making a hunt club right across from where I live now, where are we standing? I mean, what rights do we have? I don't know. Help us.
My name's Steve Levitt, 7036 Ben Hall Circle. I've stood before this board and number of times I've been to, I can't tell you how many planning commission meetings, community meetings about this. We want to advocate and be part of this community and be part, I'm a very concerned citizen. And I'm sure that my comments tonight are probably going to burn what little capital and goodwill I have with this board, but I feel compelled to speak. I learned this afternoon that Project Rocky is moving forward. Your dreams are coming true. 1,851 tractor trailers per day on Ashland Road, plus 1,000 employee trips per day. significant diesel particulate matter, and all of its associated health risks are fine with you as long as they remain in the eastern part of the county. What galls me the most is the lack of transparency with how this county operates. You all know that I was at the forefront of opposing Project Rocky. I researched it extensively, supported my conclusions with doctors, nurses, educators, citizens, and our arguments fell on deaf ears. The public hearings are simply for show. The decisions are made before the gavel is even banged. And it's very, very discouraging. It's not the way that government should run. It's so lack of your triple bond rating. It's a farce because nobody talks about the huge amount of debt in your special tax district that we can't seem to overcome. My District 4 representative will not answer emails or engage on any concerns that I or constituents have. There's a pecking order in our county, and I'm at the bottom of it. And it's apparent. Parkside Village is to District 4 as District 4 is to the county. I've been a citizen of Goochland for almost 10 years, and I've tried to be involved, my wife and I both. We pay our taxes just like you. Having no say or input in things which concern me and my neighbors, it's disgusting. Shutting us out and shutting out people who disagree or see things differently or a different path is a way that this county has adopted, and that's the way this board operates. The county is going to do what the county is going to do. These meetings are absolutely useless from the constituent standpoint. We listen, we hear, we speak. Your decisions are made before you even open the meetings. And it's very, very discouraging on all counts. And I thank you.
Margaret Levitt, 7036 Ben Hall Circle, Parkside Village in the northeast quadrant of the county. Though we are right over the line from Hanover and Henrico, we have been promoting the idea of regional cooperation since pretty much we got to the county. So a society is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable, its youngest, and its oldest. A person is judged based on their character and integrity. It's fitting that citizens from Henrico are here for another public hearing. There's no charge to attend the meeting, but no doubt they will witness the theater of what is Goochland County government. As for Project Rocky, that will affect citizens in Goochland and surrounding counties, including Henrico, as much, if not more, as Luckstone. Those children who will be playing on the playground at Cackley Elementary will be breathing in the particulate matter from the tractor trailers that will be nose to nose in front of that school. Noise will be an issue. It's not just going to be Ashland Road. There is no way Ashland Road, even when it's improved, will accommodate the 1,851 tractor trailers daily, 365 days a year, 24/7. So just because they're Henrico County children, we all have a responsibility to children in our society. You have a responsibility to your citizens. I've been told that I should not engage with any other supervisor except my supervisor who will not engage. That it would be like going from Virginia to Maryland
So I do hope that you will hear these people in Henrico who have prepared, who are here with good faith, because you certainly have not hurt us.
Any other citizens?
Hi, you all. I'm Larry Hine, 1602 Fairway Circle, Garland, Texas. And I thank you for hearing me out before. I'm going to kind of continue in 3-minute segments. My purpose is not to get money from you all. My purpose is not to complain. My intent is to make Goochland, return Goochland in one of the top 5 wealthiest counties in America. The oil and gas, I believe, well understood. 45, 46 years ago, it was being explored for in Goochland County. I was part of that exploration effort. I believe there is oil and gas here. Large quantities of it, coal seam gas, very similar to the Marcellus shale in Pennsylvania. Oil companies are interested. I have talked to an oil company. They're never going to tell me. They would tell me if they were not interested. They would never tell me that they are because of, competition. They said, keep me updated. Okay, I was at the executive level. I have talked to the fire department here, health department. I've talked to a well driller. What kind of questions you have? Fire department said, hey, come on in, tell us about this horizontal drilling, how it does, what's going on. You all have an opportunity. We collectively have an opportunity to manage this if we get ahead of it. It'll only last maybe 8 months, like before. These leasing programs, they come and go. The Daisy Bradford well in East Texas, the largest oil field in America, 6,000 people had ownership. Not one of them made money. Not one of them, including Daisy Bradford, made money because it was mismanaged. It was country folks, and that just happens. I want us to manage this and make money out of it. My goal is to help you, help us, make sure that if somebody drills here, 20% remains in Goochland County, 20%. If it's $10 billion underneath us, which that would be a light estimate, it's probably closer to $100 billion underneath us, we would want 20% to stay here. We'd want it spread across the county. There's ways to do that. You have to do it in advance. If we do it afterwards, it's called a taking, and it's a very litigious, and we don't want to go up against large oil companies and stuff like that. Doing it in advance, I think everybody should benefit here in this county. I appreciate your time. I'm going to continue to come back with updates as people are. A lot of people want to take me to lunch, yeah, even at Cotty's. So, pretty cool thing. Thank you for the support, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. Y'all take care.
Any more citizens? Okay. Seeing none, I'll now close the floor. We'll now move on to public hearings. Our first is CU-2024-15, application by Beverly Thurston requesting to renew conditional use permit for short-term rental unhosted on 31.16 acres at 2151 Shepherdtown Road. Mr. Josh Gillespie is presenting.
Good evening, Chair of Auditors, board members, and Mr. Carpenter. This item is the requested renewal of a conditional use permit for a short-term rental unhosted for 31.16 acres at 2151 Shepherdtown Road. The property is zoned A2, located in the rural enhancement area. The property is located in the central area of the county, shown by the red circle on the left, the map on the left. The property is outlined in red on the aerial map on the right. The property north of the subject property is used by the Running Mare event venue. Subject property and area properties are zoned agricultural A2, as shown on the map on the left, and on the right, you can see the comprehensive future land use designation for rural enhancement. In the site history of the property, in 2019, a conditional use permit was approved for a short-term rental, unhosted, and a place of public assembly. The applicant requests to renew the short-term rental use, but not the place of public assembly. This application requires no changes, physical changes to the property. Concept plan on the screen shows the uses. The principal dwelling, which is just to the north where the tree line is, and the short-term rental, which is the second structure on the property. As currently conditioned, this use, as proposed, is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. There was a community meeting on May 14th, 2024. One citizen attended, as well as Supervisors Lyle and Winfrey. There was discussion on the length of the renewal, the length of stays, the conditional use permit of the neighboring property, the aforementioned running mare, special venue, and the conditional use permit that was not being renewed, and advertising of the rental for short-term stays. At the July 18th public hearing, the Plan Commission recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. No one spoke at the public hearing. The following conditions were developed for this application with black lines on the screen and in your report and resolution showing changes from the 2019 CUP. Changes were made for two reasons. One, to update the current standard conditions, and two, to remove conditions that provided for a place of public assembly in the 2019 CUP. These uses start with use, maximum overnight occupancy, addition of carbon monoxide to smoke detectors for safety of the guests, emergency access, sound and music, no trespassing provisions, requirement that it keep a residential appearance, provisions for hunting and firearms by guests on the property, notice to guests of the requirements, including observing no trespassing signs and the hunting and discharging of firearms on the property. Following conditions 10 through 13 were deleted related to the place of public assembly. 14 through 19 related to public assembly. 20, 21, 22, and 23. And old condition 24, original condition 24 is now 10 related to expiration. This is proposed through August 2024. And the standard condition relates to transfer or lease with the word also stricken before condition subsection B. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer those at this time. Mrs. Thurston is in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Any questions from the board? Does the applicant wish to say anything?
I just want to say good evening and thank you for your consideration of this proposal. Thank you to the staff for helping me along with this conditional use permit application. And thank you, Mr. Lyle and Mr. Winfrey, for taking your time back in May to come to the community meeting. I appreciated that. Thanks.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for public comments. Seeing no comments, I'll now close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Yes.
I move that the board grant conditional use permit, CU 2024-00015, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Carpenter, would you take the roll, please?
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Aye.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Ms. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes. We'll now move to our second agenda item of the night, conditional use permit 2024-17, application by Nicholas Flemian, requesting to amend conditional use permit case CU-2022-11 to add contractor storage, small, on 2 acres at 3067 Three Chopped Road. Mr. Gillespie will present.
Thank you. Just one moment. Thank you again. Before you this evening in District 2, we have an application to amend an existing conditional use permit. This request is to add small contractor storage to a CUP that exists for short-term rental unhosted. The property is 2 acres in size. With the request, there are 4 exceptions proposed. The property is located at 3067 Three Chopped Road. The zoning is agricultural limited, A2. and the comprehensive plan designates the area for rural enhancement. Subject property in the central portion of the county, where 3 Chopped is near I-64. Shown in the red circle on the left. On the right, the subject property is outlined in red, and you can see the county boundary with Louisa County in a yellow dashed line. It kind of comes and goes on 3 Chopped as it does on the interstate, and the adjoining properties to the south and to the west are in Louisa County, and the neighboring properties to the east are Goochland County. Also shown on the screen, you can see the properties in Louisa County that don't have a zoning designation on this map. In Goochland County, the properties of the subject and the adjoining properties to the east are A2, limited agricultural. And as you can see on the map on the right, the properties for rural enhancement shown in Goochland County. In 2021, the applicant was approved for a CUP for a short-term rental unhosted for the existing dwelling, which is shown in the photograph on the screen. The applicant is requesting to amend the existing conditional use permit to add a contractor storage small building for the equipment associated with his power washing business, which is in a storage building, and this is Exhibit B in the package, and will come up on the screen in just a little bit. Currently, there's a home occupation that the applicant has on another property in the county, which does not allow for more than one commercial vehicle. The proposed CUP will also allow him to store associated equipment with the property, with the business that he can't store at his home right now due to lack of space. As a reminder, the contractor storage small use was added to the code by adoption in 2023. It was added to the zoning ordinance for agricultural districts with specified CUP use standards. Those that could not meet the use standards would come in for a conditional use permit for those exceptions as well. So the need was identified at the time by the Department of Economic Development to help transition small contractors into mid-sized businesses that would go onto properties that would be better suited for for businesses that are middling size or larger. And it was intended at the time to fill a gap between small businesses and those ready to conduct their business from an industrial or commercial property. Use standards on the screen, there are 11, with the 12th item being that the Board of Supervisors can grant exceptions to standards through the CUP process. In this case, the exceptions are to number 1, minimum acreage, number 2, the building number and size, number 4, the building setback, and number 7, the vehicles and trailers, limiting the number and size. Some details on the site. It is 2 acres, has the house, short-term rental unhosted is the current use, an existing small storage shed. It's accessed from 3 Chopped Road, and it's located on the county boundary with Louisa County. Single-family uses are located to the north, south, and east, and the properties to the west in Louisa County have a semi-industrial use, which basically has the character of a ball field. It's a turf business. This illustration shows a few features on the property. The existing dwelling is shown in yellow, kind of a yellowy orange. I think we learned the color yellow and orange pretty close today. Up towards 3 Chopped Road, the existing driveway, which runs next to that, is shown in red to the left or west on screen. That driveway would need to be improved to meet the fire code standards for the proposed use. The building and parking area that would be new that are proposed, oriented away from the dwelling, which are oriented away from the dwelling on the eastern neighbor, are shown here in purple. There's a 35-foot building setback shown in green, and also shown in the site plan here are private utilities. There would be, in addition to the existing well and drain field, a new well and drain field added. And then shown on the aerial photograph, we can see the screening via an aerial photograph, with a natural buffer. In Exhibit B, you can see the proposed building. It's 5,750 square feet. It would be accessed via the driveway existing and gravel parking area outside. It would have power and private utilities to the well and septic. It would have a bathroom, although an office use would not be allowed in this structure because the use that's permitted is a storage use and not an office use. So the applicant requests the following exceptions through this case. Use of a small contractor storage business on less than 3 acres, the standard, the property is 2 acres. A building setback less than 100 feet from the property line, and as shown here, east and west are right and left. So generally east and generally west, 35 feet to the east and 90 feet to the west. The site is constrained by the shape of the parcel and the reduced acreage. And just for note, as proposed, the closest house existing is 80 feet away from the eastern property line and the proposed new building. The third exception is the building exceeds the standard minimum of 2,500 square feet. He is proposing 5,750 square feet, which is approximately double the standard. The number of vehicles would exceed the standard of 2. The applicant has 3 business vehicles and is proposing to use a 4th vehicle on the property as well. The limitations on the size of the building and the number of vehicles are intended to limit the intensity of a business in a non-commercial zoning district. There were outstanding concerns from staff that were stated by staff and at the Planning Commission meeting by members of the commission. Although the building is oriented away from the closest residence, the size of the building and the decreased building setback increase the potential of noise and visual impact to the adjacent residential lot. And secondly, although allowing the large building and additional vehicles may exceed the intent that the board had with small contractor storage use on a property of this size. The comprehensive plan designates the property for rural enhancement, and it should be reflective of the existing character of the area, which again has residential uses and many of the adjoiners and a turf business to the west. As currently conditioned, it was found that the use is compliant with the comprehensive plan. There was a community meeting on May 6, 2024. No other persons other than county officials attended. Staff had received no comments on this request until just before the meeting, and we have heard from the neighbors by email, Malcolm and Cindy Hope. And it's the owners and residents of the adjoining house 80 feet away from the proposed building. They wrote community development staff this afternoon supporting Mr. Flemian's request. We'd had no previous contact from the Hopes or with the Hopes until today. At the July 18th public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this application with a 5-0 vote. No one spoke at the hearing. All right, these conditions are in your packet. Should the Board of Supervisors approve this application, the following CUP conditions are recommended, and they relate to some standard conditions for emergency access, expiration in 5 years, 2029, transfer or lease. The continuation, those conditions relate to, or general. The following conditions continue the short-term rental unhosted. Changes the date on that to 5 years. Maximum overnight occupancy, the installation of carbon monoxide smoke detectors consistent with when this was approved, so no changes to those standards. Same for sound and music, no trespassing, residential appearance, hunting firearms, and notice to guests. Related to the contractor storage small, the following conditions are recommended relating to use. And it notes in the first one that there are exceptions that could be granted in the conditions below. The contractor storage building location orientation must conform to the conceptual plan that was shown earlier as Exhibit A, included in the report. Additionally, approvals must be sought and attained for a plan of development, which may include approvals by outside agencies, state, and other organizations. That the building and parking area be screened according to the standards in the code for small contractor storage uses. Condition 16 notes that through this approval, an exception is granted to the 3-acre minimum property size. In this case, the minimum property size is 2 acres. Condition 17 is an exception granted to the maximum building size of 2,500 square feet. And the maximum building size in this case cannot be more than 5,750 square feet. There's an exception granted in 18 to minimum building setback of at least 100 feet from any property line. In this case, it would go to 35 feet. Again, recall 90 feet to the west and 35 feet to the east is the way it's been laid out. There would be an exception granted to the limit of 2 vehicles associated with the contractor business parked on the property. And in this case, no more than 4 vehicles associated with the storage use can be parked on the property. Any questions for staff?
Any questions from the board? Does the applicant wish to say anything?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Fleming, I'm going to bring up your map just a moment here. There you go. Very good.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Fleming. I'm at 3762 County Line Road. I guess I don't really have like a formal presentation, but I did just want to kind of give you all a quick history of kind of how we got to this point with the building. So I've actually been looking for land to build or a building to buy for over 2 years at this point. I've gone through so many things. I'm not going to spend hours telling you, but I'll give you just a brief summary. So about 2 years ago, I found a piece of property in a building actually that looked like it would work for my business. It was off Broad Street Road, and it seemed like people wanted to sell. It was going to work out for exactly what I wanted it to. I ended up getting the property inspected. I actually got approval for a loan on the property. I had a couple of little things I had to do just kind of to get some things squared away. Last minute, they basically pulled out after I had done all of that. So then I ended up finding another piece of land. Well, I guess that comes a little later. So that kind of fell through at that point. That was a couple years back. Since that point, I've been basically searching everything, looking at every single piece of commercial land available. The biggest issue for me is just, as you all probably know, any type of commercial land, especially when you get closer to Oilville, is just incredibly expensive to where like my business just could not afford it. There's a 3-acre piece in Oilville in the industrial park, just as an example. It's being sold for $575,000 just for 3 acres, nothing, no building, no nothing on the property. I've pretty much called, texted, talked to just about every single piece of commercial land between Haydensville and Oilville over the last couple of years. I found another building that might work by Gigi's Pizza. I actually had someone from the Economic Development Center contact them. He said he wouldn't sell it for less than $1 million. And the building was in disrepair. I mean, it would need so much work even at that price point. So that fell through. I ended up actually studying and searching the GIS for probably about a year, sending out land letters to anyone at any property I thought might work. I actually visited probably 10 to 15 properties myself and just knocked on doors, properties that I found on the GIS that I said, hey, maybe there's a chance. So between the land letters, I made phone calls for these properties, anything I could do to find something that would potentially meet the standards. I ended up having one person contact me. They had a piece of land. I thought, hey, great, this might work. Went through all these steps with the county again. Turns out the property actually flooded anytime it rained. So the center of the property, it basically looked like a pond. And it just was not buildable. I actually had a buddy of mine who does excavating out to see if there was any way we could make it work. We just couldn't. It's like 2 feet of water. It takes a month to drain every time it rains. There was just no way to make it work. So then fast forward a little bit, again, continuing the search, there was actually 4.5 acres that came available. It's in Louisa technically, but it's actually on this road. Just up the road, there's that large commercial building. The land for sale next to it was put up for sale. It was 4.5 acres listed for, I think it was $450,000. For me, obviously, that wasn't doable. However, I was like, I got to make something work. Let me just try anything. So I reached out and said, hey, would you sell a piece of this? The owner said, yeah, there's a chance I would just sell off an acre. It was still going to be $150,000 for 1 acre, but I was like, hey, I got to make something work. I really just need something. So we went through those steps. I actually had a county meeting with Louisa because this is in Louisa County. We probably had a 2-hour meeting going over everything, all the ins and outs. I was like, okay, I think we'll be able to make this work. There's definitely some hoops to get through, but I think we can make it work. And then basically after all of that, trying to lead up to, okay, let's get something now. Let's get something in writing. Let's figure out a parcel. This guy backed out and he basically said, no, unless you buy all of it, I don't want you to just buy an acre after I had gone through all of this. So that was like the third or fourth decent option. And then, like I said, every single piece of land between basically Haydensville and Oilville, remotely close to the area that I could be in, I have either called, I have knocked on the door, I have sent out a land letter to every single one. All the commercial properties are just priced so high that like a business like mine I just can't afford it. There's just no chance of it. So I actually bought this property, as you all may know. It's been 2.5 years, I believe, with no intent actually to put anything on it other than the unhosted rental. So we had that conditional use permit approved a couple years back. And then again, after this 2 years of just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours and money spent trying to figure something out, we came up with this idea. As far as all the planning for this goes, some of this stuff you've seen, I've tried to abide by all the county's regulations best I can with the property that's here. So like VDOT said that, you can't have two driveways on a property this size. I said, no problem, we'll just cut into the driveway that's there. I talked to the guys at the fire department. They told me, the driveway's got to be 20 feet wide, 75,000 pounds. We need to have access to the back of the building, the side of the building. We need to be able to turn around. Done, and done. We got all that taken care of. We originally had the building actually facing the street, and even though there's full tree coverage and you won't even know it's there, I still spoke with Jamie and some others, and we thought, okay, it probably makes more sense for the configuration to be sideways, so that even if you could see it from the street, you're really just going to see a 50-foot box. You're not going to see a whole building. It's just going to be, the smallest side of the building there. So we went ahead and did that. And then as I think he mentioned as well, I have spoken with the owners at the adjoining property multiple times, and they're okay with it. They're happy with it. They've seen how we've represented the short-term rental since we've had it over the last 2 years. We've abided by all the county, everything the county's told us to do. We've done it. The property, we put about $30,000 into renovating the property. It was absolutely in disrepair. The yard was trashed. The house was trashed. So we completely renovated it. We've kept it clean, kept it quiet, kept the grass cut. So the neighbors really like us there. And I, of course, have no intent to, use this building for anything crazy, any loud noises. It's really just going to be a pickup and a drop off for the trucks. It's just, we have really big trucks, and they're 20, 25 feet long. So in the wintertime, we have to antifreeze all that equipment. Among other things, it just gets to be such a nightmare. So the size is more so justified in the fact of we just have to be able to fit the trucks inside. It's not like, why do you need that much space for just some equipment? It's really just we've got big trucks and they need to go inside, or it kind of defeats the purpose of having the building. But again, because we have this unhosted rental in the front of the property, it is in my best interest, of course, even probably more so than the neighbors, to say, hey, I don't want anyone in the front of this property to even know that building exists. It's going to be quiet, it's going to be clean, just like the property was. I've already told some people on the planning commission, if there's even a chance that this building can be seen from the street, privacy trees are going up. I want it to be private and just tucked back there, just a spot to keep stuff. Because again, it's kind of, I don't want to say last resort, but it kind of has been, because I've just done so much research and time to get to this point. And so I felt, this would work well for that. And again, I really want to keep it quiet, and it's basically just going to be, we come in the morning at 9 o'clock, we pick up the trucks, we go. At 5 o'clock, the trucks are dropped off, and we leave. And that's really all there is to the actual, there's really no daily operation, so to speak, outside of that. So that's kind of the reason, the size needs to be there. It's a little taller. It's, it's like 17, 18 feet tall. Again, because we have ladders, we're going to be moving around, and, it gets a little more complex with that. But I guess that was a little more just the history, but that's about all I got. If you all have any questions, happy to answer them.
Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fleming.
Thanks.
I will now open the floor to public comments. Seeing no public comments, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to have some discussion first before a motion, or do you want the motion first?
I'm open to discussion first.
All right, so I'll kick this off because this is in my district. And this is a very interesting case for me because if you look at it, this building does not belong there. I mean, it is in the middle of as rural residential as you can get. And then add to it all of the exceptions that are being asked. And I struggle with what folks would think if we put something like that there. It's hard because as a small business owner and somebody that, wants to see small businesses succeed, have a heart for that. And I do worry about the residents. So I did something I haven't done since last fall. I door knocked and I went to talk to some folks, and I was very surprised to see that people were in that area were very much a live and let live. Their point to me, one of the residents was, well, a guy put his Field of Dreams baseball field right next door, which happens to be in Louisa County. There is another commercial building in there, which is at the end of the road, which is also Louisa County. And because of the way it's carved out, we have commercial on all sides of this. So I struggle with this, but I do have a question for staff before Mr. Gillespie. Can you tell me what happens, so one of the things that I like about conditional use permits is they're conditional, right?
Right.
So we have 5 years where it turns into a nuisance to the neighbors. But what happens to that building if the CUP is not renewed at the time of renewal?
Sure. I mean, great question. It is a use. It's not related to the structure, so that structure could be reused for anything permitted in the ag district. It could be used by hobbyists to repair cars. It could be a place where people use for personal storage. It would not be permitted for an office use, contractor storage, or any other use not permitted in the base zoning.
Okay. Thank you. Mr.
You're welcome.
So, this is funny, because this is not where I thought I was going with this when I walked in here this morning. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board grant conditional use permit C 2024-0017, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Mr. Winfrey?
It's more than twice the standard. The size of the building is more than twice the standard, so it sort of dwarfs the little house there, which is probably 1,000 square feet. And so it's no longer a residential use. It's overpowered by the building, which is a commercial, almost industrial use. I have some heartburn with that, to be honest with you. But based on the fact that the neighbors seem to go along with it, and I agree with you, Mr. Spoonhour, we want to see our businesses to be successful in this county, and we want to encourage them. I'll be, reluctantly, I guess I have to say, I'd be inclined to go along with it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I apologize, I was a little slow on the draw there when you asked if there are questions for the applicant, because my question in my head, which thankfully most people can't hear, was what happens if this is denied? What happens to an entrepreneur, somebody who is trying to build a business, and I've been there. Every business I've started and owned has been small, less than 200 employees, and so I have a heart for it. Mr. Winfrey made some very good points, and that is we're talking 40% exceptions to what the CUP is designating here, and that's pretty, at least at Bridgewater, we call that pretty close to half. So that gives me some concern. And then I come back to what is reality? What is the contextual situation we've got going here? And that is we have somebody who, even though they started to stray a little bit, went to Louisa, had some conversations. I can maybe overlook that. But we have a business here in the county that would like to grow. And I want to get to that point where I can assist somebody who, in my younger days, was probably right there, trying to grow a business and had explored numerous options and opportunities out there. So the exceptions, and council advises us, every decision is its own. This is not a precedent. And because we make a decision either to deny or approve, doesn't mean the next decision we look at would have to follow this precedent. So I'm still on the fence, which is not a pretty sight, I suppose. But the live and let live phrase that Mr. Spoonhour used, that the neighborhood seems to be okay with it, has a lot of sand with me. And I wish I had asked the applicant if this wasn't approved, what would happen. And I missed that opportunity. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Mr. Chrissy?
At the face of this, this was a hard no for me. But, the applicant going through his story of how he tried to acquire land that would work, that fit within our, ordinances and whatnot. I think I'm leaning towards the support of this. There are barns in my district that are bigger than this building. And while, the CUP goes with the property, it's not to say that even if he goes bankrupt, even if he, loses the property or whatnot, that building wouldn't have a use in an ag zone district. I'm sure people would love to park their tractors in there or potentially work on them. It could be rented out for who knows what. So I think I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. I'll add, I was in the same position not 30 minutes ago. And this is an entrepreneur who is focused on growing a business and has taken all the steps he can to make it work. And Goochland is business friendly. We are going to do what is right by the business community, especially the small business community. And he's, Mr. Fleming has definitely gone over and above to work to make this happen. And I do think those efforts, sounds like from the dais, will be rewarded. But it is, there are reasons to make exceptions, and this is, seems to be one of them. I will not, we will let the vote play out as it does, though. So having a motion and a second, Mr. Carpenter, please take the roll.
Ms. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Aye.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Valdez?
Yes.
Congratulations.
And Mr. Fleming, if Ms. Worley ever calls you, pick up the phone immediately. Thank you. Yes, we'll take a 5-minute recess, please. We'll go based on the clock back there when it hits the 3. Get down. Is this your list? Sarah.
Some of that is, some of that's in our presentation. If you want to look at it real quick, I mean, it's basically, I've got a, it's not quite that detailed. Yeah, we had talked, but it's basically, basically given limited commercial industrial and valuable flexibility. Hey, Carol, yeah, no worries. No, thank you so much.
It was such a well-written email, and I want to make sure I respond.
No, you don't have to do all that. I just want to say hi.
Yeah, I'm like, sure, sounds good.
I just want to say hi. But yeah, I'd love to get together.
Yeah, you're doing a lot today, so, yeah, it's really good.
So that's it, and then we're going to talk about where the growth areas are in the county. So, of course, Rob's going to say this is where we do for reference the most because it's going to be where the reference occurs. But yeah, then we're just going to talk a little bit about highest and best use, directing it where we plan for it. We're going to make investments in water, sewer, and roads. Otherwise, it starts to come out of these areas and other places.
Good to see you again. How are you? So, as you said, I don't know, that's kind of what's easy.
Can I buy it? Oh, I'm so happy. Can I buy it? I'm sure can. It is, yeah. I never thought about it. I thought it was busy for it. I was 21, working on a project. I think a lot of other projects. People respected my math. I was 21. I didn't know anybody respected me. I think it has potential. It's stunning.
Hey.
I hear you. Personally, so.
One minute.
Sorry about that hesitancy on getting that motion going.
Oh, no, all
This
good.
is a motion seat. I don't
Yeah.
even know for that.
I just wanted to let you know real quick. Here, I'm setting, yeah, I'm about to send out a meeting.
If everybody could please take their seats again, please. We will now reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. The third item on the agenda is ZOA-2024-2, an amendment to zoning ordinance, County Code Chapter 15, to repeal and replace Article 28, floodplain districts and dam break inundation zones with updated provisions, and to adopt and incorporate the new flood insurance rate maps issued by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA. Mr. Gillespie will present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The application was initiated by the board. There are some questions that are somewhat rhetorical, but questions to go through. Why do we need to adopt the maps and ordinance? This is required for the county's continued participation in FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program, the NFIP. Why is it important? It allows the county's homeowners, residents, renters, and businesses access to federally backed flood insurance. It allows the county to make better determinations about where and how new development should be built. This is especially true in this round of the FIRM, or the flood insurance rate map updates. They're increasingly precise and accurate. Goochland County has participated in the program with FIRM maps since 1979. The most recent maps, updates to the maps were made in 2008, and that's the year before the iPhone came out. Process filed for adoption is shown on the screen. You'll see a discovery in 2018 going through the effective date, which is proposed to be October 10th, 2024. Along the way, there was a risk review meeting with FEMA staff as well as staff at the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, at the state. Community coordination and outreach occurred, beginning with one meeting. There was an appeal period during that time. Notices were sent by mail to all affected property owners. After the end of the appeal period, there were appeals that were submitted to FEMA. And after those were considered and some changes were made, FEMA issues a letter of final determination. That process, which ended in essentially April of this year, it takes us to where we are today, which is the final consideration of both the ordinance change and the map changes. So in the changes in the maps, essentially new maps should have mapped additional areas of flooding, but also removed areas that are no longer known to be flooded. You've seen some of this recently in a case that came for you on Broad Street Road, where the office building was previously thought to be in a floodplain, and as it was more carefully and accurately delineated, it was recognized to be outside. So areas that are previously shown as beyond study limits are now mapped, so FEMA has extended the extent of the study areas. Areas previously shown as approximate flood zones have been retitled. They're now base flood elevations and floodways that have been determined. And floodways were delineated for areas not previously delineated, including Anderson Creek, Broad Branch tributary, Little Tuckahoe Creek tributary, Reeders Branch, and all the tributaries to all 5 tributaries to Tuckahoe Creek. This slide just shows a sample of what's called an AE zone, but it shows one of the maps. And we should have done, I think we had done at one point in our community meeting, put up an old map to contrast it with the new maps. These look usable and to scale and normal and like something people would expect to flood, as opposed to big chunky pixelated bits that were the old maps. There's a key on the side, and for those who are working within the floodway, that's the area where the water is always going to be coming. You'll see that in blue, and then the AE zones on the floodway fringe. And the ordinance, this followed the model ordinance promulgated by FEMA and through Virginia through DCR. It does include updated terminology and definitions. It clarifies designation of and responsibilities for activities, processes, and penalties, and violations. There were no major changes in requirements for structures located in flood zones. So this would be potentially an uninhabited structure, a shed, for example, or a garage that wouldn't have habitation. Before the July 18th Planning Commission meeting, there was a community meeting. This was held in this building with 2 other code amendments, including the FAR regulation and stormwater and erosion and sediment control codes. That preceded the July 18th Planning Commission meeting, at which the Planning Commission recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. No one spoke at the public hearing. If adopted by the Board of Supervisors, the new mapping and the ordinance would be in effect October 10th, 2024, which is the date set in accord with FEMA, and Goochland County's participation in the National Flood Insurance Program will continue. If there are any questions for staff, I'd be happy to answer those. And I'll note, our true technical expert, Debbie Bird, is in the audience, so if you really, really have a technical question, she's here also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll now open the floor for public comments. Seeing none, I will close public comments. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
Yes, you do, Mr. Chairman. And I move that the board approve zoning ordinance amendment ZOA 2024-00002 to Article 28 regarding floodplain districts and updated FEMA maps.
Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Any further discussion?
Well, just a comment, Mr. Chair. So we kind of touched on it, but citizens did have an opportunity to appeal when the maps came out. I believe we had a handful or less than a handful of.
It was 4. That is
Four,
correct.
And they've all been through the process and had been come to resolution, whether that's for or against.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, also, just to make sure this does bring us in compliance with, if you will, other national and state regulations. And so if we didn't pass this, that isn't going to change anything.
Yes, sir. I don't want to pick at it too much, but I will say the model code can be modified. So if this comes up the next time we're looking at firm maps and the ordinance language that comes from the federal government wants to be modified, we did not modify a single thing. We could, but they will look at it very closely and see if it begins to undermine the intent of the program. In this case, the model code was brought forward, accepted after staff's very thorough review of what was in it. So there are no changes that have any variation that would lead to any cause for someone to guess its effectiveness.
And my other understanding is that this was as well communicated as possible, but the communication went to the property owners. And in the Mosaic community, that property owner was the developer, and the ultimate homeowners were not aware that these maps were changing. And I had conversations with several who were, I guess I'll use the word surprised, to find out that they were now in a flood zone, even though they will not be subject because of the elevation that took place. So we'll do this once every, how many years, 15 or so? So maybe we'll just file that away, that in the future, we want to make sure that the developers are communicating to all property owners who are ultimately buying those lots that the FEMA maps exist.
Yes, sir, very good. There was information on the website. It was publicly available to folks. And you're right, there were folks who were in the midst of development and purchasing lots under development that were not receiving mail because they didn't own the property yet. That is correct.
Having a motion and a second, Mr. Carpenter, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Lyle?
Aye.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Ms. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Vaughns?
Yes. We'll now move on to agenda item number 4, an ordinance amending Goochland County Code Chapter 13, Taxation, Article 1A, Personal Property Tax, Section 13-10-10, Minimum Assessments, to increase the minimum tax assessment, and Appendix C to the county code to raise to $50,000 the floor for payment of gross receipts taxes, and to eliminate the business license fee for businesses with gross receipts up to $50,000, and to create a flat rate fee for contractors with gross receipts up to $25,000. Mr. Carpenter will present.
Are you in the W drive?
Yeah, it's under the planning hearings.
Oh, here we are.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, tonight I come before you requesting an amendment to several sections of the county's tax ordinance to provide tax relief to small businesses. This amendment to County Code Chapter 13, Article 1A, Section 13-10.10, to increase the minimum tax assessment from $2 to $10. By doing so, this will eliminate the tax burden for very low-value property and also allows for efficiencies in the tax collection process. Several hundred tax notices that would be sent out will no longer need to be sent out because of this, and very minimal tax revenue is ever realized from this. An amendment to County Code's Appendix C to eliminate the $25 flat rate business license flat tax for businesses with gross receipts between $10,000 and $50,000. And then amendment to County Code Appendix C to create a $25 flat rate business license fee for Goochland-based contractors and speculative builders, and apply the already existing tax rate of 10 cents per hundred on all contractors and speculative builders with gross receipts in the county greater than $25,000 in accordance with state law. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, could we consider this a good start, and that in future budget considerations, we might eliminate this type of taxation? If my memory is correct, which it may not be, is this the War of 1812 tax?
I don't recall if that's the exact tax it is, but it is a great start. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm thinking of the business professional occupancy licensing tax.
Yes, sir.
And so that was enacted for the War of 1812, which I think was a draw, but I don't think we need to fight that war anymore, and so the tax might be a little outdated.
Could be.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we have a tax that's older than everybody else in this room.
Mr. Winfrey?
Getting back to current times, I move that the board.
No. Just give me a second. I'll get, let me do this. I'll now open any other questions from the days? Okay. I'll now open the floor for public comments. Seeing none, I will now close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
I'm sorry. I'd like to move the board adopt, let's see. This ordinance amending the relating to small business tax relief.
Second. Is there a second? Okay, having a motion and a second. Any other further discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment. I am really proud to have served on this board now into my 5th year, and every year we have offered some sort of tax relief, whether it be for seniors, whether it be for veterans, whether it be for farm equipment, or the big lift we did to lower our personal property tax last year. So I'm very proud that we continue to be fiscally conservative and trying to keep money in our citizens' pockets, because I think they're a much better spender of it than we are.
Thank you, Mr. Spoonhour. I also echo Mr. Spoonhour's comments. For those who have not had the opportunity to go to the farmers markets in Goochland, to go to our craft stores that have numerous vendors in them, those are a major part of small businesses, and we should do everything we can to foster that in our community. And it's great to see the full spectrum of businesses be in a place where they can thrive. So, we're not just looking out for the big guys, we're looking out for everybody across the spectrum. So this is a great ordinance amendment. Any other comments? Okay. Having a motion and a second, Mr. Carpenter, will you take the roll?
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Ms. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Aye.
Mr. Valdez?
Yes. Moving on to agenda item number 5. Ordinance amending Goochland County Code, Chapter 11, Purchasing Surplus Property, Sections 11.5, Definitions, 11.21, Conditions for Use, 11-28, Competitive Negotiation, 11-30, Job Ordering Contracting Limitations, and 11-31, Design Build Construction Management Contracts, to align the county's procurement provisions with state law updates enacted by the 2023 and 2024 Virginia General Assembly, and authorize implementation of guidelines for the selection, evaluation, and award of design, build, and construction management contracts. Mr. Carpenter will present.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, tonight I am requesting 3 ordinance amendments to current procurement procedures, as well as adoption of a new policy and ordinance amendment related specifically to design, build, procurement. The first one is cooperative procurement, HB 1610. This allows cooperative procurement to be used to install playground equipment. This is state code change. Board of Supervisor approval to amend County Code Section 11-21 is requested. The next one is objections to contract terms, HB 242. This requires anyone offering to state any exceptions to the county's contract terms and conditions at the time of responding to an RFP. The new law prohibits the county from using any stated contract objections as a basis for scoring or evaluating which offers are selected for contract negotiation. But this still allows those objections to be considered during the negotiation phase. The board's approval is requested to amend County Code Section 11-28 to follow state law. And then the adoption of a design-build policy. Construction management and design-build contracts, HB 1108. This will amend the procedures for when the county can use construction management or design-build contracts for construction projects, opposed to our normal low bid or design bid build method. The changes include not being able to consider a contractor's previous experience with these types of contracts as a factor for pre-qualifying, as well as a 10% contract limit for work that can be performed by a construction manager does not apply to infrastructure projects. State law requires the board to adopt a policy prior to using either of these types of contract. So board policy approval and amendment of County Code Section 11-31 is requested in order to follow state law. Are there any questions?
Okay, no questions from the board. I'll now open the floor for public comments. Seeing no comments, I will close the floor. Members of the board, do I have a motion?
Okay.
Mr. Lau.
I want to make sure I'm reading. I move the board adopt this ordinance amendment. Whoops, that's small text release. Top of the next. All right. I move that the board adopt this ordinance amendment to align the county's procurement provisions with state law updates enacted by the 2023 and 2024 Virginia General Assembly and guidelines for the selection, evaluation, and award of design, build, and construction management contracts.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? No. Thank you. Mr. Carpenter, would you take the roll?
Mr. Lau?
Aye.
Ms. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Ms. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 6, countywide ZOA-2024-1, amendment to zoning ordinance, County Code Chapter 15, Sections 15-233, 15-243, 15-253, 15-264, and 15-273 district standards to remove floor area ratio, FAR requirements in the business neighborhood BN, business general B1, commercial interchange B3, industrial limited M1, and industrial general M2 zoning districts. Mr. Josh Gillespie will present.
Chair Baughers, members of the board, this ordinance amendment was initiated by the board. So what is floor area ratio? In the current ordinance, floor area ratio is defined as determined by dividing the gross floor area of a structure by the area of a lot. Recently, we've had a change to the code for the following 3 sentences. For property within a project that is subject to a proffered or conditioned conceptual or master plan, the floor area ratio is determined by dividing the gross floor area of all structures within the property by the area of land within the project. The project shall include all property within the master plan area, even if further subdivided. And we'll show an illustration of that a little later with the calculation shown. Building gross floor area in square feet divided by lot or project area in square feet equals the floor area ratio, which is expressed as a numerator or as a number. FAR is intended as a planning tool to either encourage or to limit intensity. Through zoning, FAR may regulate the size of building or buildings on an individual lot. The size and location of buildings can also be controlled through master plans. FAR can be used for special districts or areas to anticipate, regulate, and in some instances encourage the bulk of developable density. Some codes use FAR in conjunction with other zoning tools and planning tools, including form-based, incentive, or performance zoning. Development codes in areas intended for higher density development often use a minimum floor area ratio to ensure that development more fully capitalizes on public infrastructure investments and concentrates growth to the planned areas. Goochland County's code for zoning provides a maximum FAR in all the commercial and industrial districts, as well as the RPUD and the MPUD districts, which of course have a master plan in every case. So FAR as a regulatory tool, as a standalone tool, FAR can both restrict and encourage density on a property. Its usefulness in either scenario is addressed by other regulations as well. So examples of FAR, floor area ratio of 2.0 or 2, shows with no other regulation, such as setbacks, it could lead to design as shown in red. With open space provided and no height requirements, it could lead to what's in blue. So in both cases, we have on the bottom a floor area ratio of 2. It either covers the entire property plus 1 floor, or it covers half the property with 4 floors. Another example, an illustration of this, is for an individual lot. In this case, we can walk through the numbers a little bit, but basically we have a single-story building on 1.5 acres in scenario 1, which is in the left, and in scenario 2, we have a 2-story building with each floor having half the size of what was shown in the 1-floor building. Both of these projects have an FAR of 0.4. In this project, we're looking at what came before you last year and was prompted both an individual code amendment, an individual exception as well as a code amendment. And in this case, we had a project area of 5.76 acres. The building area total was just over 100,000 square feet, and the RFAR over the project worked out to just under 0.4. However, looking at individual lot uses, we would have had an FAR that was different for the 3 different uses of storage, office, and commercial. So in aggregate, this project is developed exactly as a project would at 0.4. So that prompted a change, consideration by the board to initiate a study of what floor area ratio does as a regulatory tool. So Goochland, in addition to FAR, has other regulatory tools. It looks at the location and the coverage of a building. And this illustration very roughly diagrams setbacks, buffers, on-site parking, and stormwater features. So shown in red, we have setbacks, which are generally determined by district from adjoining properties, including roads. Buffers, which are shown in green, in this case on the rear, but not shown on the sides and front. In many cases, we also have, depending on who the adjoiners are, buffers alongside and potentially road frontages as well. On-site parking, which varies in size as a factor, like a floor area ratio factor, dependent on the amount of development. So it's based on the square footage of the use. And then lastly, in modern days, we have stormwater features. And sometimes stormwater features are underground, and the area above them can be used for something else, but often they're above ground. So it's a limiting factor on site development and intensity as well. And then in addition to all that, a base requirement in zoning is that each district has a height limit. Some districts allow increased height with greater setbacks. So you get to the concept that that's shown in scenario 2, where you have sort of a deeper setback in a taller building. So you asked staff to study this, and we came back with some points on why to remove the FAR. So I'm going to start with bullet 2, which really underpins bullet 1. So the second bullet points out that we have a limited inventory available of commercial and industrial lands and the value of those lands to have flexibility in design. So you saw that in the project design, it would not have been possible to have designed to the FAR of 0.4 because of the storage use, which has a greater mass on the property. However, because of how the project works with interrelated uses, it still gets to the 0.4. So flexibility is important. So economic competitiveness is affected by having a floor area ratio mathematical scheme for how development intensity is regulated. Businesses that want to stay in a county, to be retained here, and businesses that want to expand have to chase this as well. However, they're often dealing with existing conditions that new development does not deal with. So in addition to having a flexibility that's not present, we risk that the flexibility not present for those folks also leads to delays for the zoning process for individual projects. So it may be perfectly suitable, the law may be changed, and there's a time involved, and a delay in time affects the project. So given that we have limited commercial and industrial lands available and flexibility is important, we want to concentrate our growth in our designated growth areas and in other designated centers of the county, which are our major villages. And you talked about those at your retreat in looking at what's available both within the growth areas and within the major villages, including Oilville. And then by doing this, it protects the rural enhancement areas from commercial creep. Not having hands tied to a specific floor area ratio encourages highest and best use for commercial and industrial property, and if the intensity is warranted by the location, it can be more intense. It directs commercial investment to where the county has planned, invested, and provided resources, and we recognize that other regulations from setbacks, buffers, et cetera, minimize impacts on the neighbors. You also have in the packet this evening a memorandum that explains by use why the FARs we have in place today do not actually yield the regulatory effect that was intended, I think, at the time they were put in place. The two maps on the left and right show basically the growth area the growth areas designated in the east end of the county, including that currently being studied by the Southeastern Infrastructure Study, and all those properties that we know have industrial M1, M2 uses planned and zoned through M1 and M2, those areas for commercial development in red, and the two light and dark purples and pinks. So in relation to the rest of the county, the inset on the right-hand side shows that by concentrating in that area and in some very limited commercial and industrial areas around the courthouse and some interstate interchanges, we're able to preserve our rural character, enhance our rural character, and prevent commercial creep. There was a community meeting held prior to this going to the Planning Commission. This community meeting was held in this building. There were a number of citizens who attended, and they provided the following comments, and I'm just going to read those. These are in your packet. So why change from the current code revision, FAR based on project? Larger buildings would have a greater impact. The removal of FAR may lead to undesirable businesses or users. A maximum FAR helps protect Goochland character. The board can be the final authority for exceptions. And lastly, should FAR be increased rather than eliminated? Planning Commission met on this, at their last meeting in July. There was a letter of support received from the Economic Development Authority, the EDA. There were 3 citizens who donated time to one speaker who spoke in opposition, and representatives of the EDA and the Economic Development Department spoke in support. In the end, the Planning Commission recommended approval, and this is what is before you this evening. If you have any questions for staff, I'd be happy to, I forgot to add, between the Planning Commission and the board hearing, citizens have emailed comments to staff and to the board. Those that were emailed to staff have been forwarded to you if you did not receive them directly.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Any comments from supervisors? Mr. Christie?
This might be better for Chief Eddie or Sarah. When a new business comes in, if it were to exceed the current FAR standards, do they coordinate with fire rescue? Does this affect fire rescue?
Good evening, Board. Sarah Worley, Economic Development Director here for Goochland. I will let Chief Ferguson respond, but if a business were to come in and did not meet our FAR when it goes through the plan of development plan review, staff would do the calculation, note that it doesn't meet, and they would either have to shrink their building or buy additional land to meet it.
Right, no, that's not, what I'm asking is, if we got rid of the FAR, if a new business were to come in, build a large building, do they normally coordinate with fire rescue when
Yes.
large scale? Okay.
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry about that. I must have misunderstood you. Yes. Every commercial building gets a commercial building permit and a plan of development. Fire and rescue is part of both of those processes. Through our plan of development, they'll have coordinated review and through the building permit process.
Okay.
Do you want to add anything to that, Chief?
Thank you, Ms. Worley. Eddie Ferguson, Fire Rescue Chief. And Mr. Christie, the short answer to that from fire rescue standpoint, no matter what's being built, with or without the FAR, they will have to comply with the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code and, of course, the building code. So whatever fire prevention features are required will still be required. That's not going to change the fire code. However, at this point, we do work closely with community development on this and economic development, and there's a lot of opportunities along the process of a business submitting a plan of development to be able to make fire rescue recommendations and comments per the fire prevention code in the state of Virginia. So, thank you.
Additional questions? Mr.
Yeah,
Lau?
Mr. Chair. My recall is that the current FAR regulations are relatively new. I mean, if you look at the overall timeline of Goochland, and I don't know if it was 2018 or a little bit earlier than that, but
I think it's a tad earlier than that.
All right.
Preceding the FAR, there was a lot coverage requirement. And so the FAR is the substitute for lot coverage, which is the maximum portion of a property, a percentage basically that could be covered by development, whether it's building or building and parking and other hard features.
where I'm going with this, I think Matt Ryan maybe was our economic development head during that era, as to what was the motivation to introduce FAR. Why was it seemed like a good thing at the time? Because I think, as I've shared before, I took the planning commissioner course down at VCU back in January, and after, I guess, 3 months, I'm nowhere near an expert. I just know questions that make me dangerous. So I was taught there that FAR was a tool to be used and to manage growth, as has been shared here. And so I'm curious why we as a county implemented it, I'll just say 10 years ago, maybe a little further. And now it's not a good idea.
So, Mr. Lau, I'm sorry that the staff here does not have the institutional knowledge to recall the intent.
Okay.
I will say.
That's fair.
Sure. As it relates to FAR as a predictive tool, essentially knowing that everybody goes 55 miles an hour down the road all the time means that we can calculate the consumption of fuel in a vehicle. But as a regulatory tool, it has had a very short life. And again, it follows a lot coverage tool and then FAR tool. So
My impulse is to get rid of regulations whenever possible. I just, the unintended consequences is where I'm still slicing and dicing. So anyway, there was a reason for putting it in place, and now we're taking it possibly away, and I'm just trying to connect the dots. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. And I think we've not lost knowingly, because we don't know. Somebody may look and see, oh, we have a FAR requirement, and the phone never rings, because that takes us off the list right away. But, I mean, Capital One complied with FAR, CarMax complied with FAR, Sheltering Arms complied with FAR, Project Rocky complied with FAR. I mean, so it is a hurdle, and I like to remove hurdles wherever possible, but as my recall is nobody's been able to say, we lost this deal because we have FAR. And I think we were in a meeting just the other day, and I asked the question, is FAR a consideration? And it was all one-story buildings, so the answer was no. But I'm just wrestling with, we've got this tool, and we're going to get rid of it. And I guess I'm still so new to this, I don't quite understand the nuances of what might happen if this were to go away. But I like the idea of getting rid of regulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Okay. I will now open the floor for public comments.
I'm Mike Luscombe, 220 Broad Street Road, and I cede my time to Rob Will.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, and I concede my time to Rob Williamson.
Larry Barker, 2170 Mannequin Road, ceding my time to Rob Williamson.
Good evening. My name is Rob Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheelands Drive, Mannequin Sabbath.
I believe data centers can be mutually beneficial if pursued responsibly. Economic development is important, so is good governance and quality development. Buffers, setbacks, etc. that have been previously mentioned are dimensional limits. All dimensions being equal, FAR is the only indicator of intensity inside a commercial building. Size is only part of it. As the ratio increases, so does the negative impact on public services. As presented, if you just look at one lot with just one building, you might think, what's the big deal? Well, here's the big deal. Can we agree Avery Point with its 500 plus EMS calls a year is more intense than Capital One? Avery Point has a lot more going on inside that affects county services. That's an example of intensity. FAR is not just a lot limit. FAR is a protection for the whole district, all the commercial districts combined. If every single parcel in a commercial district is held to the limits, then the county services won't be overburdened by design. And I think that's a lot of the question that Mr. Lyle asked on why did we have it. It's not just a lot limit. It's for the entire commercial footprint in the county. If those limits aren't exceeded by average, then we're protected from overburdening fire and rescue, etc. I believe we should repeat the extra attic method in enhancing FAR for the better. If we eliminate FAR, then the project level gains that were just previously shown will be gone too. Is it because they don't have a 20, why do we have it and other people don't? Is it because they don't have a 20,000 acre designated growth area? Is it because they don't have the pressures of short pump urban sprawl? Those are factors to be considered also. You're being asked tonight to eliminate FAR from all commercial districts. That sounds like overkill to me for this issue. What is the urgency? We have time to get FAR right. Per datacenterdynamics.com, Amazon announced a 1.7 million square foot data center on 153 acres in Louisa County. If we applied our M1 limits, which is where data centers are located, what would be that FAR? It calculates to less than 0.26. That's half of what our max limit is for M1. That's a data center that I could support. Amazon has gone on to purchase another 1,400 acres in Louisa, and that's enough for 38. It's a different number. Now that's more land than over a dozen data centers if we would use our M1 FAR limits. Louisa doesn't use FAR the way we do because they don't have to. They created a technology overlay district. Data centers must be on 125 acres with 20% open space. A 1.7 million square foot data center on 125 acres is still far below our limit at 0.3. But Louisa also has 300-foot buffers for agricultural land, 200-foot buffers for data centers against residential, 150-foot buffers on roads, main roads, and 100-foot buffers on secondary roads. 100-foot setback when adjacent to commercial and industrial uses. You know what our limits are? 30, but next to commercial and industrial, it drops to 10. For their data centers, it's 100 feet. We don't have design standards specifically for data centers. What we've done is place data centers in our M1 permitted use. Maybe it's time to revisit that. And again, what's the rush to eliminate FAR in all the commercial districts? We have bigger fish to fry in order to get a data center. Looking at the package that was presented and the memo that was mentioned in the staff report, you've heard opportunities for large tracts of land are getting more and more scarce. Industry is advocating to go vertical on smaller and smaller parcels of land. Industry sales, pitches, and brochures are for allowing FAR up to and exceeding 1.0. And justifications for eliminating FAR and jamming data centers on smaller and smaller lots. So what I see is an industry that is desperate for location. That should be good for us. What I hope I'm not seeing is a county desperation for a data center. That's only good for them. There are a lot of things between us and a data center, and I don't see FAR being high priority. First and foremost, you need high voltage power. We only have 2 substations in the whole county, and both are problematic for completely different reasons. One is in the designated growth area, and the other is not. The most desirable place is West Creek, which has none. Next, you need water. Instead of talking about FAR, maybe we should be looking at supporting the feasibility study, getting water potentially to Oilville or any other proposed sites. Again, I ask, what's the hurry in eliminating FAR from all commercial? Let's say it's because it's a barrier to economic development. Well, at the community meeting, 0 examples of it blocking economic development. During the planning commission meeting, 0 examples. Tonight, 0 examples. I happened to talk to a developer from outside the area with an interest in Goochland. I asked him, do forward limits ever affect your decisions on where you look? And his answer was no. I asked, well, then what's the standards that most affects your decision? He said height. I said, if tonight you were being asked to eliminate height from all the commercial, would you? I'm betting you wouldn't. If not, why not? Eliminating FAR should have that same level of hesitation. Now, if you're still convinced FAR is a barrier to data centers, instead of scrapping the FAR, let's defer this amendment and do something that is reasonable and simple. I hope you read my email on outlining FAR options to keep target limits for permitted uses and allow flexibility in approving FARs, higher FARs. Why not go into M1 and flag data centers is not applicable? That's kind of risky. There's a better choice. Why not go into M1 and flag FAR for data centers as FAR limits can be exceeded with Board of Supervisors approval via the CUP process? Or even better, why not go into M1 and flag data centers, distribution centers, or whatever uses you desire, and flag those items that they can exceed FAR with Board of Supervisor approval in the CUP process? If you're still convinced FAR is an impediment to economic development, do the same for all the other commercial districts. Go in there and flag that, put an asterisk next to FAR, and decide that those applicable limits can be exceeded by the Board of Supervisors review, approval, and use the CUP process to do it. This allows exceeding FAR on the things we want, keeping limits on what we don't. That's how you prevent unintended consequences. So please, excuse me, please consider deferral of this current amendment, direct sensible updates that keep FAR as a relevant tool with a level of flexibility desired. If we do that, we can have both in our quest for data centers and economic development. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
My name is Paul Costello. I'm at 2011 Sycamore Creek Drive, Mannequin-Sabat. I'm concerned about gaps, contradictions, and subjective assumptions in staff's FAR analysis. For instance, staff's analysis is designed to demonstrate that eliminating FAR will not lead to an increase in the footprint of buildings. One of staff's principal assumptions is that if height restrictions remain in place, then building bulk will also be contained. What staff's analysis does not consider is that FAR is not just about positioning stuff on a lot. It's also about how dense the intensity is inside the building. Both qualitative and quantitative intensity of land development will determine the character and load on Goochland County services. Goochland's current buffer, setback, height, parking, and stormwater ordinances are not equivalent in controlling intensity. These standards do not provide redundancy to FAR regulations, either independently or in combination. Removing FAR as proposed will diminish the county's ability to provide guidance and direction relating to intensity of use that could overburden county's resources. The unintended consequence is more time and planning efforts will be needed addressing substandard projects via subjective processes that would otherwise simply be identified by FAR as non-compliant. Some may think that eliminating or lowering development standards could be a way to solicit commercial tax revenue. By doing so, would ignore the potential for harm to Goochland that could be introduced by substandard projects and ill-conceived cost-benefit assumptions. I do not believe it is your intention to attract substandard development that our neighboring localities may not want or even allow. We understand some opportunities may require exceptions to go above FAR regulations deemed beneficial to economic development. Unfortunately, staff's analysis does not offer alternative approaches, assess potential risks and repercussions, or consider other relevant and material information that is needed for you to make an informed decision. Total removal of FAR with no other provisions to perform intensity evaluations is much more than just putting the cart before the horse. It's imprudent and short-sighted. Rob Williamson presented constructive, easy-to-understand approaches, both tonight and in prior communications where FAR can be used in different and effective ways. FAR is a tool that helps present the clearest picture of site development. In terms of Rob's activities, a lot of stuff particularly relates to attracting data centers and in support of other economic development considerations. Instead of removing FAR requirements, we recommend changing the FAR regulation to better enable our elected officials to potentially review opportunities in a more manageable and prudent way. There's much to consider. Please vote to defer removal of FAR as presented in tonight's material. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, Mr. County Administrator, Madam Council, Madam Secretary, my name is Ben Sloan. I reside at 2052 Maidens Road, Maidens, Virginia 23702. I also serve as chairman of the Goochland County Economic Development Authority, and I'm here to support the elimination of the FAR. Just like the War of 1812 tax, the FAR regulation is outdated for the modern technology age. If you look at battery plants, if you look at robotic plants, if you look at data centers, there is a competition out there, not only just within Virginia, but in the entire world, and we have to be competitive. There's not a single county around us, including Chesterfield, that has FAR regulations. Why is that? Because there are other regulations, there are other tools in the bag that allow you to dictate what can be done in our limited space. If you remember back to our meeting on the 24th, we have a certain amount of limited designated growth areas. This is not a county-wide situation with commercial implementation. This is very specific to those DGAs. If we do not enable that growth to occur with these types of technology facilities, we're going to be limited out, and the competition around us, whether it be Louisa, Powhatan, Enrico, Chesterfield, Fluvanna, anywhere is going to compete us. Just like Hanover doesn't have a War of 1812 tax. It's a situation where we're in a position where we have to be competitive. Again, we're not going to lose out by having other tools that are designated through the Planning Commission and through your council and then voting that will eliminate any type of process, or excuse me, any type of involvement of buildings and technologies that are not appropriate within this county. And I think what we want in terms of the 70-30 split growing towards there for business and maintaining our 85-15 rule commitment. So those buildings that will fit within this, we're never even going to get to, because a lot of these discussions are under non-disclosure agreements. We can't even talk about them in public. So we're not even getting on the radar of certain types of bids and opportunities. Therefore, I will suggest to you, as I presented to the Planning Commission and the letter that we sent that came from the Economic Development Authority as supporting of getting rid of the FAR requirement, please do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slums. Any additional citizen comments? Okay. Seeing no more comments, I will close the floor. Would staff like to respond to anything that was presented? Okay. Members of the board, do I have a motion? Mr. Spino.
Mr. Chair, I move the board adopt zoning ordinance amendment of the ZOA 2024-001 to remove floor area ratio requirement from business, commercial, and industrial zoning districts.
Is there a second? I will second. Any discussion? Mr. Lau?
This is, they're all interesting. I don't care what we consider. They're interesting. And this one, as I was going through my board packet, over the weekend, I was ready to vote to eliminate FAR. And then I had a meeting with not my meeting, with the planning commissioner from District 5, and asked him why he voted to retain FAR. And so I have been working diligently that we have some concert between the two of us because we're a team, and I was swayed by his comments. And so I don't believe anybody, I think we're all equally enthused about economic development in the county. I don't think any of us want to see anything but growth in an intelligent and managed way. So I appreciated what we went through but experienced on the 24th. I'm highly enamored of the concept of a data overlay district that would by right allow data centers to come into the county in designated areas that we suggest is good for them. The comments on managing intensity have resonated with me. I'm comfortable that we can make changes further on, but at this moment, I'm pretty comfortable keeping FAR on the books. I don't know, as Ms. Worley knows, we were in a meeting Monday or Tuesday, and the question was asked, is FAR going to prevent this from occurring? And again, it was a one-story building, but the answer was no. So I guess I am interested in measuring twice, cutting once, and because no one seems to know why we put FAR on the books, and nobody has shown me where we've lost a deal because of FAR, I'm more comfortable moving slowly on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Mr. Spoonhour?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the citizens' comments regarding rushing to this, but when I look at an application, if I understand the numbering of applications, and this is 0001, so this is the first one from this year, I feel like this is anything but rushed. And I have not heard anything that opens us up to additional risk that we don't have we've heard several people talk about it. We've got tools in place to ensure that a development is coming that we are hoping to see. And to me, this goes to what Mr. Lau, you said early on, which is, hey, if we can lighten the hand of government and it makes sense, and we protect the citizens to grow Goochland the way that they expect, then I think we should do that.
Anyone? Mr. Christie?
We passed a pretty big budget last year, and, I campaigned on keeping Goochland rural, but we also have to give everybody some of at least the services that they want. And I feel like if we have any tool that limits our chosen economic development or opportunities for economic development to pay for some of these services, to keep our taxes flat, then I think we should remove it. We should not have barriers that we can't even explain limiting our commercial development. And so I think I'm in support of this. And in regards to the possibility of having this as a CUP process, I don't see how that's going to work with a large capital investment. Who would come in and, spend $100 million, $500 million on a building or a project when they may only have it for 5 years? I don't see how that would work. That's all.
I will throw in these comments. Ms. B, could you go to slide 57, please? Or Mr. Gillespie, could you go back to slide 57? I just want to touch on some of these points made during the presentation. Yes. So I think Mr. Gillespie put it well, but economic competitiveness and development is critically important to managing our tax revenue base in this county. Those who say there are zero examples of a deal being lost are a little short-sighted in this argument. When we get passed over because we are showing that we are over-regulating in our processes, the individual who passes us over does not give us a courtesy call to tell us that we are being passed over. We get a chance to present ourselves as a county that is business-friendly and open for investment. And when we're talking about potentially tens of millions of dollars and hopefully more, we want to be attractive to all different types of businesses. We need to show well across the board. We can't have issues that show overregulation. So the argument that there are zero examples holds no water, in my opinion. And Mr. Sloan hit the nail on the head. These are non-disclosure, confidentiality issues. We cannot have expectations that would breach law. We have fiduciary duties not only to our citizens, but not to break the law and go against what we have been told in confidence. That is what we are elected to do. Those are hard decisions that we are tasked to make. These are things that get done in these processes. Generating economic development is a process. It is not a simple binary occurrence where one decision is made and the next thing happens. It is a long, drawn-out process. And why would we turn somebody away because we show that we are over-regulating on the front end? We want to see these potential businesses come to us and be willing to work with us throughout these long processes. We can't be short-sighted and say, oh yeah, we're going to be burdensome on the front end, and why did we lose this deal? That's a problem that I do not want to see over time. And the worst situation we could be in is looking 10 years down the road saying, well, why don't we have enough businesses, new business, that has been attracted to Goochland County? Oh, you know, that stuff is lost, that is driven by at 55 miles an hour, and we are a dope on the side of the road looking at them as they've gone by in their sports car. We need to be ahead of the game, be forward-thinking, and be friendly to businesses who want to come to Goochland. There's another thing we have to tell ourselves every single day. People and businesses want to be in Goochland County. As one of the applicants earlier today said, he was looking around and land just happens to be incredibly valuable in Goochland. That is for a reason. We are a place that people want to be. And so we need to find ways to encourage that and foster that. And I don't think we're giving away all the milk for free by eliminating FAR. I mean, this is a small step in showing that we are incredibly business friendly and not over-regulatory, in my opinion. So thank you, Mr. Spoonhour, for your motion, and seeing no other discussion, I'll ask Mr. Carpenter to take the roll.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Ms. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
No.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 7. That is in District 4, CU-2024-16, application by Luckstone Corporation, doing business as Luck Companies, requesting a conditional use permit for use as accessory to a quarry on 70.18 acres east of Ashland Road on tax map number 48-1-0-73-E. The property is zoned agricultural limited A2 and industrial general M2. The CUP is required by county zoning ordinance sections 15-112 and 15-272 in accordance with section 15-283.f. The comprehensive plan designates this area as flexible use. Mr. Gillespie is going to present.
Thank you, Chair Waters. The item before you is in District 4. It is a conditional use permit. This would be an expansion of conditional use permit and rezoning previously approved on the subject property, which I'll detail. Total 70.18 acres. It's 1 mile east of Ashland Road. It is split zoned, as you can see, agricultural limited A2, industrial general M2, and the comprehensive plan is for flexible uses. The subject property is outlined in red in the map on the left, and the generally what is called the kind of the northeast end of the county, but essentially the northernmost and easternmost area of the county near Ashland Road. And subject property is outlined in red in the aerial map on the right. We'll note also the distance to Ashland Road travels over the 623 landfill, which is the immediate adjoiner to the west. Luckstone Quarry to the north, the Vulcan Quarry. There's also the Lehigh Asphalt Plant to the north, and going around the clock, residential uses in Henrico County to the east, and down to the south where the Goochland County words are, that is vacant property. The zoning map shows the subject property outlined in red, split between the M2 zoning and the A2 agricultural district zoning. Properties in Henrico County are zoned agricultural A1. The comprehensive plans for Goochland County is for industrial properties around the subject property and its neighbors north and south or for flexible uses, which are defined on the next slide, and in Henrico County for rural residential. All right. Looking at the uses in the aerial photograph, you can see, I'll go around the clock again to the north, properties are wooded. Immediately to the north, there's a vacant tract approved for expansion of the Luckstone Quarry. Quarries to the north have been operated for 45-plus years, the Vulcan plant, 60-plus years, Luckstone, and the asphalt plant, Lehigh, for 30-plus years. To the east, single-family residential is located in Henrico County. Those are the neighborhoods of Weston Estates, platted 2012 to 2015, and West Ridge, which was platted circa 1977. Properties to the south are mostly vacant. Properties to the west include a construction and demolition landfill known as 623 landfill and leasefill construction for the last 40-plus years. The images on the screen show the property area in 1994 and 2004. And in 1994, you can see Luckstone, Vulcan Quarry, Lehigh Asphalt, and 623 landfill, and again, the subject property in the center. And on the right, same aerial photograph in 2024 with Luckstone, Vulcan Quarry, Lehigh Asphalt, and 623 landfill. The zoning background, the most recent zoning background on this is that in 2011 through 12, there were 3 rezoning and conditional use permit applications that were approved for quarry and accessory uses on the subject property and the abutting properties in yellow. And I'll indicate on this map, everything on the map on the right is from the 2011 cases. There were 3 that were proceeding together. However, it's been annotated with a purple dashed line, so I'm using the purple, we're using the purple here, similar to the purplish boundary around the yellow shape in this image. So that is not, that is annotation on top of the original. The uses that were allowed at the time included borrow pit operations, ancillary stone processing, substantial buffers, a new materials recycling facility, and other activities for quarry and construction and demolition debris landfill. These are outlined in the different colors and relate to the case. The present CU application area outlined with the purple dashed line does not impact any of the previous approvals on the abutting properties, with one exception relating to buffers, which we'll speak to in a moment, and would extend the borrow pit into the light green area, which previously was not programmed for any use, which was all limited to the yellow area. 2011 to 12, the proffered buffers shown here are in 2 parts. And you can see the 2 zoning cases that came in together in 2010, number 1 and number 2. No changes to that with this proposal. It's not part of this application to the north, and you can see that's a 350-foot buffer, which could be reduced to 205 feet with a berm, as long as the berm had a minimum height of 35 feet. In the present application, the area to the south, there's a 350-foot buffer, and there was no provision to reduce the buffer width. So that's what's before you today. The applicant submitted this conceptual plan with the application. It requests the following changes for the subject property: that borrow pit activities be supplemented with overburden stockpiles, that the berm be incorporated into, that a berm and berms be incorporated into an overburden stockpile, that the area for overburden placement increases and the area for stone processing expands. There's some graphics that show this in a little greater detail with some arrows on later slides. So the concept of incorporating the berm into the overburden stockpiles outside of the 50-foot buffer of undisturbed vegetation is key to this case being different as basically an expansion of the 2012 concept with an articulated buffer. So the idea in 2012 was that there would be a buffer which would be a minimum of 35 feet height on the northern side, but there was no specification for any kind of buffer or overburden on the southern portion. We can go back and look at that if we need to. In 2024, the diagram on the right shows this in cross-section. So we see a kind of a simple buffer to the north, or on the upper part of the screen in 2012, and a buffer in many parts in 2024. This slide and the following slide have phases 1 through 5, and for simplicity, this slide shows what would begin in phase 1 with a 35-foot minimum buffer to meet the standards to the north that were established by the previous case, through what would be the ultimate build-out if constructed in the 5th phase, phase 5. So the next slide shows phase 1 in construction, phase 2 with backfill behind a berm. So phase 1 would be the construction of the initial berm. Phase 2 would be the berm and the backfilling behind that berm to begin to lay the foundation for a second level, and that terrace would be stepped back away from the property line. Phases 4 and 5 complete the process of going to the top berm. I will note here and then later that the concept of the berming in 2012 and present is to provide an opaque screen, an opaque buffer, in addition to the vegetation that's there presently that would remain undisturbed at 50 feet. It would provide an opaque buffer beyond that, not present, with trees, and it would provide a hard physical separation for the travel of noise. So it would block noise as well through that solid buffer, solid berm. This graphic shows, again, in 2012, slightly different viewed, but just same documents looked at earlier. There would be no CUP activities in the light green area. And then in 2024, the purple boundary shows that the light green area is proposed to have an overburden placement and the construction of a buffer. It would be outside of the 50-foot undisturbed area, and so it would go up as shown in the phases 1 through 5. The current application proposes to align the properties to the north and south because they had different standards in 2012, and the idea is that a single standard is more appropriate. It also increases the area, or expands the area for stone processing, shown in pink on the right from the 2024 application, in the area that would correspond on the left, kind of the upper left quadrant of the area outlined in purple. So the berm for added buffer would provide an opaque screen and block sound, as the applicant has described. This graphic shows how the area for stone processing would expand. It's related, adjoining an area where fill and accessory quarry activities already occur in the stone processing, and this would be expanded behind what is proposed to be the new overburden placement and buffer area. It is limited by a stream, and so that's the physical boundary to the south. There was a community meeting on May 22nd, 2024. Approximately 30 individuals from the community and 50 Luck Companies associates attended, as well as including in those individuals, Goochland County Supervisors Lyle and Winfrey, Henrico County Supervisor Whitehead, and Goochland County Planning Commissioner Cosby. Topics covered in the open house format at the meeting included the following, and I'm going to read these because this is not presented quite this way in your staff report. This has been summarized for brevity, hopefully, so allow me to read it. So the existing zoning, which has been covered on the screen here and in greater detail in the staff report for you, and the necessity for a conditional use permit to expand the stone processing area and change the overburden placement in the buffer design. An overview of the 2012 cases and the associated conditions on the northern portion of the property, and the lack of height restrictions and setbacks on the southern portion of the property were both discussed, and in a Q&A format, able to answer questions about why and how it would change in the proposal. Questions came up, but also were presented from development plans overall for the property, the long-term plan, and that this has been part of the long-term plan for the property that is being brought forward in this application. Those plans include stone processing and overburden placement, the placement of berms, buffers, landscaping, and the view sheds related to the development, the height of the berm, setbacks, plantings, and there was a question about potential amenities within the buffer area, specifically trails. There was a discussion of project setbacks, including the distances from dwellings, and lastly, the construction process and timeline. which were in the phasing diagram 1 through 5. Some concerns were discussed, including dust, and those were addressed one-to-one from those people who spoke directly with Luck Company associates in the meeting or were offered to speak after the meeting related to dust and the regulations that come from the state related to dust, noise, both during the berm construction, after the construction of the berm, noise related to secondary and tertiary stone processing on the property today, the hours of operation, and the conveyor belts running outside of business hours, noise from the neighboring Lehigh asphalt plant, and the hours of operation at that plant, which are not the same as at Luckstone. The environmental impacts, specifically stormwater management, wetlands, wildlife, air quality, and views. The community engagement, and there was a statement about that there was misinformation, not full information picture about the project prior to the community meeting. Access to the property, that access be prohibited from Kane Road or Axe Handle Lane area except in emergencies. And some questions about other comparable Luck Companies operations with close proximity to residential neighborhoods. At the meeting and in other communications, Luck has made 2 commitments. And one is to align the design standards on both the northern property, which, as described earlier, was approved in 2012 with no height restriction and a 15-foot undisturbed setback, and the southern property. Luck will expand the undisturbed vegetative buffer on the northern property from 15 feet to 50 feet and limit the overburden placement height to 150 feet on both properties where no maximum exists today. And secondly, to apply the existing approved 2012 CUP conditions to the CUP request as it moves forward as it expands to the south. This is a summary of the key points of the project. It continues uses that are accessory to quarry operations. It continues a 350-foot wide buffer that was approved through a rezoning case, RZ 2010-0001, on the abutting property to the north, which had 2 parts, a 50-foot undisturbed existing vegetation along the eastern property line bordering Henrico County, and to the west of the 50-foot buffer, a 300-foot wide berm at a 2-to-1 slope that would be vegetated. It incorporates berms into the overburden stockpile, and as was shown as Phase 1 and Phases 2 through 5 in the phasing plan. It increases the area to be used for overburden stockpiles. So it's proposed for the area in light green, which is Zoned A2, and was previously excluded from CUP-related activity. It establishes a maximum height of 150 feet, and it increases the height of the overburden stockpile as it builds in a westerly direction. So it gives it a terrace with a profile shown in the cross-section. It increases the area for stone processing, which is now located along the western boundary of the subject property, and provides that access to Ashland Road would be internal to Luckstone with emergency access only through other roads. The comprehensive plan designates the property for flexible uses. Adjoining properties in Goochland County are planned for either flexible or industrial uses. Flexible uses generally support office, commercial, office service, and light industrial uses and exclude single-family residential and heavy industrial uses. To comply with the comprehensive plan, CUP conditions are intended to mitigate impacts to nearby residential properties, to minimize impacts to public roads, to ensure conditions regarding matters of public safety that are adequately addressed, and to otherwise fully meet zoning, building health, and other code requirements. As currently conditioned, the uses proposed would be consistent with the county's comprehensive plan for flexible uses. At the July 18th, 2024 public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. 4 citizens, including Henrico's Supervisor Whitehead, 4 citizens, including Supervisor Whitehead from Henrico, requested the commission defer the case to allow time for citizens of Henrico to meet with the applicant to discuss and better understand the request. Though requested, Goochland has received no further comments after the Planning Commission meeting. The CUP conditions here indicate those changes since the Commission's public hearing that were blacklined. So in response to comments heard at the community meeting, at the public hearing, and as we understand may have occurred between the applicant and neighbors after the Planning Commission meeting, there have been some items that were altered, and those are shown here in black line. And I have some, excuse me, the staff has a comment where those occur. No changes in conditions 1 and 2. Condition 3 conceptual plan has been amended to add the title of the conceptual plan that was attached This helps for record keeping, so everybody understands exactly what was done, so it clarifies the plan title. No changes in 4, 5, and 6. No changes in 7. Seven E, berms and buffers, again, has been modified slightly to indicate the plan attached is the exhibits. There's no change for what was submitted with the application. It just very clearly identifies that these are the exhibits to be used henceforth and forevermore with the title. And so this was important particularly because it includes some cross-sections and details of the berms and buffers that are not obvious in plan view looking straight down on the property. It's the cross-section view. So that's what these include. This section related to the buffer has been amended after conversation with the applicant. So there is a fence line that exists at the edge of the applicant's property to the east along the boundary with the neighboring residential properties. So this indicates that outside of the fence, 50 feet beyond into the property, that the western limit of the buffer will be marked between the north and south property line, lines with signs stating protected 50-foot undisturbed buffer area. The signs must be perpetually maintained and be no more than 200 feet apart. Again, staff notes, makes comment that the fence exists. This provides for additional marking to protect the buffer. So there's no reason for anyone to not understand where the buffer is located. No changes in these conditions from what was proposed and presented to the Planning Commission. Again, many of these conditions carry forward from the previous CUP. Related to lighting, Goochland County has subsequently adopted a dark sky compliant requirement in the code. This language is not necessary, but just in case the code were to ever change and remove the condition for dark sky compliant lighting, this condition would be a zoning condition requiring that in this case have dark sky compliant lighting. Setbacks remain as proposed at no closer than 650 feet from the eastern property boundary. Carrying these forward, again, the stone crushing prohibition carries forward from the CUP from 2012. Same with the conditions related to blasting, toxic chemicals, and hours of operation. However, hours of operation was altered in an attempt to make this more consistent with what we use in our standard conditions relating to quarries. This was converted by staff from the applicant's proposal for hours of operation to 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And in talking with the applicant, we realized that this should have been 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock. That's what they do. And so to be consistent with current CUP conditions on the rest of the property, this has been adjusted back to 7 to 5, and the language for tree removal and overburden placement was added. So this brings the hours of operation into compliance with the hours of operation for the adjoining property at CU 2012-04, which was the applicant's intent. And then lastly, the transfer of lease condition is a standard condition. If there are any questions for staff, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any supervisors have questions, Mr. Gillespie?
Yeah, in your presentation, did you say that it was 650, that they can't stage within 650 feet of the berm?
It is stone crushing within 650 feet.
Okay.
Any other questions of Mr. Gillespie? I know the applicant is here.
Yes, sir.
And ready to present.
Did you have a presentation? I'm sorry, that's that part.
We did.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, so you have his presentation? No. Okay. Was it a presentation from the planning commission?
It was, yes.
Okay, so pardon me a moment. I'm going to pull that up. Should be in PC.
Anyone who needs to
Yeah, take
go will not disrupt. We'll hold up. So if anyone needs a quick break for facilities, 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Yeah. Where's that one?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter, good evening. My name is Linwood Thomas. I'm the director of our Mid-Atlantic Greenfield team for Luck Companies. Our corporate office address is 515 Stone Mill Drive. That's Manikin, Sabot, Virginia 23103. And it's a pleasure to be with you tonight to present our project to the board. Before we get started, I just want to take a minute and I want to recognize staff, as we've worked with staff for almost 18 months to try to make this the best project possible for Goochland County, but we recognize the sensitivities of where our project lies in between Goochland and Henrico, and we've tried where possible to make this the best project for both communities. Where I'll start is to say that last year we celebrated our 100-year anniversary as a company. In 98 of those years, we've been in Goochland County in District 5. The address that I just provided to you this evening, our Boscobel Quarry behind that, we moved from Richmond just a few years after 1923 and have been there ever since. The conditional use permit that we're trying to seek tonight is at our Rockville facility where we've been for almost 60 years, and that lies in District 4. We're very proud of our longevity at Luck Companies, but we're in an interesting time. We are growing, and there's some transition taking place within the company, which is exciting for us. You see the picture there of Charlie and Richard Luck. Richard will take over as president in the fall, and Charlie will move into more of a chairman and chief executive officer role. So this fall, we'll have 4 generational leaders of Luck who've taken the helm for the company. You know, we've grown from a sleepy little aggregate company in the city of Richmond to a company that employs almost 1,000 people today. Over 200 of those employees work in Goochland County, but we can also say that hundreds of employees live and work throughout the greater Richmond region, and we like to think we play a small role in the regional economy where we can. You know, the Luck family looks at our investment here as more than just a business. I think I can say this with confidence. This is our home. This is home to 3 generations of Luck family members. And we look at this as a partnership, and we hope that the county has looked at this as a partnership for decades. We don't like to talk very much about ourselves. We kind of like to let our actions speak louder than our words. But we hope that you've seen through our actions and our investments in the community, whether that's supporting our local first responders, or that's supporting local nonprofits, or partnering with our educational system and our trades and technical schools to try to find ways that we can come up with to partner. We also have looked to partner with other local small businesses to try to find solutions to their needs. And this goes beyond jurisdictional lines. We have a program called We Care at Hanover that was created by Charlie Luck III. Just because we're seeking a permit tonight in Goochland County, we don't see the jurisdictional lines from the standpoint of where we make investments. In that program, we invest throughout the Richmond region with our time and talents through everything from educational opportunities with our school systems to even down to little spirit rocks for our local schools. So we do like to try to touch the entire community where possible. Equally important to us is our environmental stewardship and our mission statement around environmental practices. They're not buzzwords for us. As you all can imagine, and we've heard a little talk about economic development projects tonight, it's extremely difficult to get anything permitted today. And we recognize if our environmental track record isn't stellar, it will make it that much harder for us to be able to receive approvals down the road for other projects, whether they're in Goochland County or outside of the region or the state. So we pride ourselves on that. You know, I can tell you that we're involved with stream restoration programs and river cleanups. But the citizens and people want to truly know, what does your track record look like? And the Department of Environmental Quality is the agency that monitors that in the state of Virginia. And we're proud of that track record. We're proud of what DEQ says about our Rockville operation. And over the last 60 years, I can share with you that we've never, that's a strong statement, we have never had an air or water quality permitting issue at our Rockville facility. Better yet, I can also share with you that the Department of Environmental Quality recognizes Luck in their environmental excellence program as an exemplary status, which means that we have to go above and beyond meeting water and air permitting quality regulations. We have to exceed those. That's tier 1 to 4 in the state of Virginia's program. We are at a 3. So we are at a 3 out of 4 for being the best, and we have exceeded that expectation for the last year. We have achieved that expectation over the last 10 years. So we're very proud of that. Submitted tonight, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, we wanted to highlight our most recent recognition by the Virginia Department of Energy, recognizing our Rockville facility this past year. We recognized us here in 2024 as an excellence in a reclamation project. What we did was we took an area of our operation that we could eventually mine for aggregate and turn it into green space, orchards, bee boxes, and an overlook, just to name a few. And we're proud of this recognition and proud of these awards. But we take our environmental stewardship very seriously. What I thought I'd want to do tonight, and staff did a wonderful job of unpacking what, as we would admit, is fairly several layers of conditional use permits that are on this property. It's not necessarily an easy case, so we want to again recognize and thank staff for their efforts. What we did want to do is clarify a couple of things because we think it's important for the record. We are not trying to seek a conditional use permit tonight on the northern property. We sought that and received that back in 2012. What we do want to commit to as citizens of Henrico is that we'll continue to work with them on the northern property, try to make modifications where we can. Staff outlined those modifications that we were able to commit to today. But we've already reached out to the community and indicated, and we want to note this for the public record, that we hope these conversations will be ongoing. And before we begin any clearing on the northern property, which has already been approved, we will meet with the citizens on a consistent basis to hear their concerns and to share with them what other modifications we could potentially make on that property. But tonight, we're here to seek a conditional use permit on the property to the south that is before you in our GDP. And I think it's important to note that this project is critical for our future operations. We have operated in Goochland County at our Rockville facility for 60 years, but for us to be able to continue to operate for the next 60, 80, 100 years, we need to secure this additional approval for our CUP. What we do want to make clear of is that this is an internal project to our existing footprint. We are not looking to expand our operations outside of that which we already own, and we've owned this property for the last 10 plus years. So we've owned it for the last decade. We're really looking to do three things on this property. We're looking to store overburden, dirt that we will pull off the northwestern corner up there where we've already have a mine plan for, and we'll put that dirt and store that dirt in overburden piles and to create vegetated berm buffers to insulate us from the citizens of mainly Henrico, but there are also a few citizens in Goochland County as well. We think that's important, and staff noted that tonight. We also need that area for our stone processing facilities. We'll have to move some of our plant operations into that area, contiguous with what was approved back in 2012. The one thing that we heard from almost everybody pertaining to this project is as long as you can keep the majority of truck traffic off of Ashland Road, that would be a big solution. We recognize that help is coming. You have reinforcements. There's been infrastructure approved to improve Ashland Road. But we also think that our ability to keep all of this dirt internal to our site will keep additional truck traffic off of Ashland Road long term. Lastly, we believe with the vegetated berm buffers and the appropriate setbacks that we are providing that necessary buffer that we think is critical to protect the citizens of Henrico and to also insulate our operations. There's been a few misconceptions as to what the project is tonight, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We wanted to make clear that neither on the northern property or the southern property that we're trying to get permitted are we proposing any mineral extraction or mining operations of aggregates. Not on either property are we proposing quarrying that site. So we want to make that abundantly clear. We also are not doing any blasting on either the northern or the southern property, and that's laid out in the conditions set forth. So we want to make the citizens aware of that, the public aware of that, and there has also been a misconception around blasting. We do not blast at night. In 60 years, we have never blasted at night. We only have blasted during our general public hours of operation. That will not change. We have no plans to propose a change to that. Just like our hours of operation, we want to maintain the current hours of operation that we've had for 60 years, and we do appreciate staff adding some additional context to the overburden clearing and also the foliage clearing and also the overburden placement because we did want to add some additional language as it pertained to those uses. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have now. I can defer my time until after public comment is over. Whatever your pleasure.
Any questions from the dais? Thank you for those comments.
Sure.
Mr. Tom.
Thank you.
Mr. Barr?
Yeah, I just, and I appreciate the conversations that you've had, and I've tried to, in some respects, relay information as I've gotten it. I've gone over to Axonal Court 3 times now, and I want my friends from Henrico to know the Neighborhood Watch program works. I was asked if I was having car trouble and did I need to call a tow truck. And I enjoyed my conversations with Mr. Owen, who used to live in Goochland and now lives in Henrico, and Ms. DeSoto, and they expressed a number of concerns, and my understanding is you are continuing to meet with Henrico citizens. What kind of dialogue are you having there?
Well, it's a great question. We have offered.
That's the kind I like to ask.
It is a great question, Mr. Lyle. We are offering to continue to have open dialogue with the citizens of Weston Estates and also any citizens from Westridge Estates or Goochland County that want to engage in those. We reached out before this vote 2 to 3 weeks back and had a conversation with a group of citizens that we met with after the Planning Commission meeting, and we made sure that we offered to sit down with them and anybody else who wants to continue these conversations moving forward before we do any clearing on the northern property, and that's where we'll begin our construction project. So we offer that today, we offer that into the future. We have not had any subsequent conversations since then, but Luck will be reaching out to them to take a proactive approach to that process in the coming months.
I almost feel like I'm taking part in family counseling here, because I'm formerly from Henrico, and I've got friends and colleagues there, and I do view this as regional collaboration, but yeah, we've got some sticking points here that we're going to have to work through, and I'm as interested in the lines of communication being open, and I wanted just to hear you say, which I thought you would, that the lines of communication are there, that we may have some wrinkles and bumps right now, but that there's an opportunity to continue to discuss those and see if we can't get to, a compromise of some sort or another. But thank you for that.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Winfrey?
Mr. Thomas, you all have been there for 58 years, 60 years. When were those homes, I guess the subdivision is built so close to it, when were they built?
Well,
Do you recall?
staff referenced that. They were platted back in 2012.
12.
Yes, there were no houses there physically when we received our approval for the 2012 case, though I don't know the exact date they were platted. There were no houses there at the time.
So you all up and operating and so forth when the houses were built?
Let me add a point of clarification. Westridge Estates, which is to the south, property to the south, was there in the 1970s. That was clearly expressed.
Okay.
Weston Estates to the north, properties were platted, but at the time, you can see in the aerial of the 2012 conditional use permit picture that there was no houses there at the time that the board approved it. I want to add a bit of clarity to that. Does that answer your question, Mr. Winfrey?
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from the board, thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Sure.
We'll open the floor for public comments. Just before I formally open it, I just want to ask that any Goochland residents come forward first and speak. If Goochland residents have spoken in public comments, we will ask other residents of other counties to come forward if they have comments. And just like everyone, please give your address. Please state your county where you live if in giving that address. So I will now open the floor.
Hello, Mr. Vaughters, board, thank you for the time. My name is Carol Taylor. I'm with the Goochland County Chamber of Commerce. Our office is located at 2931 River Road West, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about Luck Companies. Luck Companies has been a great local partner for the Goochland County Chamber of Commerce and for many, many businesses in our community. They support programs like Women in Business, Shop Small, Shop Local, Young Professionals Goochland, Goochland Chamber Leadership Scholarships for young high school students, the Chamber Expo to highlight local businesses, Goochland Gathering, a speaker series, and many, many more for many, many years. As the Executive Director of the Goochland Chamber of Commerce, I would ask that the Board of Supervisors vote to support Lux conditional use permit, as they have been exceptional and amazing corporate partners, and their track record will prove it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Okay. Mr. Metzger? Don't be bashful.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. I'm Chuck Metzger, co-founder of Greensboro Growers. I live in Henrico County, but Goochland, our business is located on Hockett Road in Goochland County, which, by the way, is a wonderful location. So very quickly, how is Luckstone involved with Greensboro Growers in any way, shape, or form? We are a greenhouse. We grow leafy greens. We use Mother Nature's sunlight to grow our plants. 95% of what we all eat is grown in California and Arizona. 100% of how we grow our plants, and I'll get to Luckstone in just a second, but I want you to hear this. 100% of how we grow our plants is 100% automated, so from seed to all your refrigerators, our product never touches human hands. Secondly, our shelf life is 18 to 21 days. So at the end of that, after we harvest all our plants, which we grow in peat moss, and we only use water, mineral, and nutrients, what is left over is peat moss with a root system and a little tiny bit of a plant. We produce 1 million pounds of that annually. So how is Luckstone involved? They helped us get to the point where we can put that compost not in landfills. We've not put 1 inch of that compost in landfills. They have agreed to help us do that. They're doing it as we speak today. And as I know Luckstone for many, many years in my prior life, I would just say to you, Luckstone is a very high quality company. They're very, very safety oriented. They're very community conscious. They were with us. And that's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
I'll go by the platitudes, Mr. Chairman. Ben Sloan, 2052 Maidens Road, Maidens, Virginia. I rise strictly as a citizen in this case because we have not gone through this with the EDA. But I will say, if there is a company in Goochland County that has the respect of, I believe, every citizen and does a burden of community outreach and good-natured operations for the community, it is the Luck companies. And I will ask that you please approve this CUP and support the continued operation of this great company within Goochland County. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, board members, fellow attendees, Ben Johnson, 2151 Johnson Road, Rockville. I'm an 84-year-old resident of Goochland, right there all my life. I have a little bit of experience with living around the quarry, having been first an employee at what is now Vulcan Materials. Then, in those days, it was Luckstone, but a different Luck, different part of the family. Anyway, I can tell you the difference that a berm makes. We have a berm that was put in front of my yard, which is roughly 600 feet from the Vulcan pit. It has made a significant difference in both noise and lighting. And it can be an attractive thing. We've actually sculpted it so that it looks very natural. I've had friends come to visit that haven't seen me in 15 years and said, gosh, I don't remember that hill being there. So I think that is one plus for what Locke, and I think that this is a company that will do what they say. My experience in having been a neighbor with Locke for roughly 60 years, I found that they have been very responsive to any needs or concerns that I've expressed with them. And I've just found them a very, very good company to work with, from Charlie Luck III all the way down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone else? Anyone? Oh, anyone from Henrico? Yes. And if we have a queue, there are open seats in the front if you just want to sit there to be closer to the mic.
All right, so which button do we hit?
It's already on.
Okay. All right. So my name's Michelle. I go by Missy Wysinski. I live at 12813 Axe Handle Court, Glen Allen, Virginia, 23059. That is in Henrico. And my backyard is the Henrico-Goochland line. Literally, that fence you're talking about isn't really a fence. It's some barbed wire stuck on some poles, but there is a quasi-fence behind us. 350 feet of trees as a buffer forever. That's what we were told when we bought our land and we're building our dream house on it. Now it's being reduced to 50 feet, maybe. It's been threatened to be as little as 15 feet if this CUP doesn't get passed or doesn't get approved. And you heard that moments ago when they acknowledged that it had been 350 feet and now it's 50. My husband, J.R. Pruden, and I bought the land in 2015 and found out a couple weeks later that we were pregnant with our second baby. We were building our dream house on the land, what we always expected would be our very first and our only home for our young family. We're two people who are the first law school graduates in our families, and our respective families. No silver spoons in our history, just two hard workers who wanted their kids to grow up with a beautiful backdrop in an area with great public schools. Our kids go to Cackley, by the way, so they'll be impacted daily by both this brutal project and the Project Rocky, about which we heard a few folks speak with so much passion about earlier today. This is going to negatively impact our kids and like a couple thousand kids over the next couple decades, way, way more than it distresses us adults, and you folks need to hear that. As you know, Luckstone gave a presentation in May to a bunch of our neighbors and offered, call us, we'll talk you through what we're doing because we want to do things right and be excellent corporate citizens and neighbors. That's the Luckstone way. They brought mock-ups, charts, oversized plans showing a gradual berm of a height significantly lower than the one that's before you now. Their May roadshow was meant to comfort all of us and allay our fears that we'd go from having a forest behind us to an abject eyesore. It now feels like a pretty premeditated con job. We still haven't received anything remotely close to a useful explanation as to why Luckstone belatedly pivoted from the proposed plan they publicly shopped around in May to this bananas last-second 150-foot high berm that's going to go directly behind our homes. 150-foot berm is equivalent to a 15-story building, and that's not something you guys would allow in your county. That's nuts and is going to look like trash 50 feet behind a house. Not only will precious green space and forest habitat be lost, but our home investments will decline right with it. That's not partnership with your neighbors. That's not being good corporate citizens. That's using your tax dollar heft and outsized influence in the county to bully your way into getting approval for whatever you want with no material pushback or accountability. I'm a lawyer. I don't realistically think that me being emotional here tonight is going to make a tangible difference in your ultimate decision. I just wanted you all to actually have to lay eyes on the people who are going to be directly impacted by this proposal. And at least my kids will always know that their mom came here to stick up for them and the rest of the kids being hosed by this proposal. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Tyrone Nelson. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors in Henrico County. I'm here with three of my other colleagues, so 4 out of the 5 of our members are here sitting through a 3-hour Board of Supervisors member, a meeting in Goochland County, just because this is important to residents in Henrico County. So I'm going to yield the rest of my time to the 3-Chop rep, Miss Misty Whitehead, when she comes up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the board. My name is Jody Rogish. I'm a Tuckahoe District resident. I'm also the Board of Supervisors in Tuckahoe. We share about 7 miles of border with Mr. Lyle. Like Mr. Lyle, I'm new on the board. I want to be a good neighbor. You want to be a good neighbor. We want to have excellent dialogue going forward. I'm concerned about the 50-foot barrier because I think this room is about 50 feet, and that's a, I'm sorry?
I don't want to interrupt you, I'm sorry. We kind of had time seated, flows into Ms. White.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You weren't seating your time.
I'm going to cede my time to Ms. Whitehead. I was going to speak for 30 seconds.
Typically, the way the
I'm
rules
sorry.
are, you either speak or cede your time.
I apologize,
You don't speak for a portion of 3 minutes and then cede.
I apologize. My name is Jody Rogish. I'll start over. My name is Jody Rogish, Tuckahoe Board of Supervisor. I yield my time to Ms. Whitehead. Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Tanya Brackett. I'm the clerk to the Henrico County Board of Supervisors, and I'm yielding my time to Supervisor Whitehead. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jerry Miller, and I am a resident of Henrico County. And my address is 12804 Axe Handle Court, Glen Ellen, Virginia, 23059. First, I do want to recognize the fact that Linwood Thomas and other members of the Luckstone team did meet with us.
Sorry.
Yeah.
When we cede time, we've got to flow
I'm not
into
ceding.
the speaker. No, but we've got to flow into the speaker.
Oh, okay. Then if you do
So-
something, gotcha.
So if anyone else is ceding time to Ms. Whitehead, please step forward and do it.
Apparently.
Are we at 10?
Apparently, I'm-
Yes, okay.
Good evening, gentlemen, and I will start off by saying that when I hear all of these wonderful things about Luck Corporation, I'm certainly glad that I'm not standing here asking you guys to put Luck out of business or anything detrimental. I am quite confident that no matter what this board decides tonight, Luck will continue to march on as the great corporate contributor to Goochland's tax base as it continues to do, and other small businesses and entities as I've heard about. I've, actually enjoyed sitting here listening for the past several hours as several of your residents have spoken, because it struck me as I listened and I heard folks comment about being worried about decisions being made arbitrarily without due process. When I hear comments being made and stressing the importance of regionalism and cooperation, when I hear folks saying we don't want intrusion on our property by a hunt club or other things like that, regardless of where we all took our oaths, we all are responsible to our constituents who have very similar commonalities in the things that they're concerned about in their lives. And I was heartened, Supervisor Vodders, by the comment that you made earlier this evening to another proposal where you said we're not just looking out for the big guys. And I hope that that rings true. I did a deep dive on this, and actually our staff is pretty great. They made this whole big binder for me because, I'm a lawyer and this is not my bailiwick, but a lot of really good information in this binder as I tried to understand how we got to where we are. And, sometimes you got to dumb it down for a trial lawyer, and that's what they did. And so what I understand is that this subject property tonight is about 70 acres of a larger parcel, which was greatly addressed or rezoned in 2011, resulting in the mixed usage that is there today. And the focus is on this eastern buffer, which on the maps was the purple and the dark green section, and then it further delineated into a northern parcel and a southern parcel. And I understand that what we're really talking about tonight is this 350-foot buffer on the eastern side and mostly the southern portion tonight. And I looked at the proffers that were done in 2010, and they were pretty specific. The proffers noted that, or they didn't address that light green section on our diagrams because there was no CUP activity proposed there, and I think that Mr. Thomas mentioned that. The buffer, the 350-foot buffer in the 2010 proffers was very specifically noted to be a mixture of fence, undisturbed woods, and/or additional evergreen tree plantings. Now, I will concede and note there was language in there that allowed for a modification to that 350-foot buffer to permit a berm within 180 feet with a 35-foot undisturbed buffer, but that was for a berm that would be 25 to 40 feet in height. and all of the diagrams that were shown tonight. I'm just bringing here this 2010 diagram. This was a part of the discussion in 2010, and it shows this 25 to 40-foot height berm. And so while I appreciate certainly the diagrams that were brought by Luck tonight, what good are they if they can simply come back years later and propose something completely different? So we are here tonight because Luck is proposing to now make that light green area, which was not CUP activity previous, to now make that CUP activity, to reduce the 350-foot buffer to 50 feet, and to make a maximum 40-foot berm to 150-foot berm. Now, I dare venture to guess that since this is Goochland County, some of you guys probably sit on homes with land that it has a lot of land, perhaps because you don't want neighbors and intrusions that close to you. And so perhaps you understand the distance, 50 feet and 150 feet. But I did a little bit of looking because some people need a frame of reference. And so for 50 feet, that's half of a basketball court. And perhaps we've got more baseball fans in here than basketball fans. 50 feet is the distance from the pitcher's mound to home plate. It's half the distance between any bases, first base to home base. It's the distance of a standard semi-trailer. It is the distance of a bowling lane. And as I was pointed out previously, I counted the tiles while I was sitting in here, about 22 of them, and so it's just shy of 50 feet from this room to this room. So you can actually sit here, and if you stand at the back of that room, you can imagine that where those flags are, that's 50 feet, right? 150 feet for the height of the berm. So if you think about that, that is half of the height of the Statue of Liberty. That is, as noted, a 12 to 15-foot story building. It is almost as tall as Cinderella's castle in Disney World. And so again, imagine you're standing at the back of that room and you're looking where those flags are, and instead of looking at Cinderella's castle, you're looking at 150 feet of dirt, and instead of being in Disney World, you're in your living room. Now, we had the community meeting because there were concerns, and I'll note that in addition to the aesthetics, there are concerns about noise, air quality, the quality of life in general, stream quality, all of those questions that have been reasonably asked by folks. I initially came to the Planning Commission asking for a deferral, for more time. And the reason that I asked for that was because at that point there had been the one community meeting for something very significant. I will tell you that I've had more meetings regarding speed bumps in neighborhoods than were had in this meeting. And as noted before, there were a lot of things that were said by Luck in that meeting as far as what could happen. There was even an offer to say, hey, why don't we drive up to other areas where we have these types of activities, and you can see it. My understanding in following up and talking with folks that are in the neighborhoods is that that follow-up really just kind of consisted of exchanging emails, no real modifications made, and in fact, they landed on, instead of 35 feet, which is what Luck believes that they are only required to do, it's 50 feet, and it's still going to be the 150 feet. I know for a fact that there was a specific request to say 100 feet buffer, and the response to that from Luck was, we cannot make any promises to that. So I beg to differ with the assertion that there have been conversations going on to try to come to a meeting of the minds as to what is reasonable. The staff report notes that after the Planning Commission meeting, there was a meeting between Planning and Luckstone, and after that, we saw the very minimal changes. They were referenced here, so even after further discussion there was a change to add signage, still the 50-foot berm, to reinforce the dark ceiling lighting, and then to change the hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., so a 2-hour difference. Again, keeping in mind, we're talking about 7 a.m. on Saturday morning, 50 feet behind people's houses where children are probably sleeping. Again, I ask, is that a reasonable modification? And as a lawyer, I have to raise the issue as to whether enough thought has been put into. You have an existing proffer that is very clear about the 350, 150 feet. The question is it even appropriate for a CUP to modify a proffer in that way? Is a CUP designed to actually trounce over the stated parameters of a proffer in that way? It was stated by Luck at a previous hearing that this is a decades-long process, and I believe that. If that is the case, please help me understand why there is such a rush, why the staff report for the Planning Commission meeting was only presented 48 hours prior to that hearing, while I think this meeting was noticed, I believe maybe even today. It just has the appearance that this is not on the up and up. And I would reiterate a comment made by a resident of Goochland, which was concerned about transparency already. Mr. Botters, thank you for meeting with me previously. When I stated our request that this matter be deferred for future discussion, your response was, why? Because Henrico wants it? And I would submit to you that no, my colleagues and I are not here suggesting that Goochland should do anything that is in the best interest of its residents simply because Henrico thinks that it's what's best. I am simply suggesting and asking that you not say no to our request simply because Henrico requests it. This is what is in the best interest of residents of both counties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Administrator, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Dan Schmidt. I live at 3805 Heverly Drive, Glen Allen, Virginia. I represent the Brooklyn District in Henrico County. I'd planned to offer my time to Ms. Whitehead as clearly I'm here because I concur with her and support her efforts in this regard. But she received the full allowance of time, so it'll allow me to share a moment that I was struck by while I was sitting here tonight. As our chair described, it's not often that we get to voluntarily come to another board meeting for that lasts, again, here for several hours. But this is what struck me tonight. An applicant came here before you all and gave a really compelling story about his business. And he described a large building that he wanted to build and his difficulty in finding the space to do it. He described his planned quiet use, 9 to 5 hours, storing his equipment. And I saw this jurisdiction, this board, negotiate a 100-foot western setback down to 90 feet for that applicant to protect a baseball field, and then 90-foot setback to the west. Then I heard a member of this board describe what I would say was an incredibly admirable level of constituent service by knocking resident doors to hear from the constituents. That's superb effort, and I applaud it. I would dare say that if these bordering homes that we're discussing here were in Goochland and those doors were knocked, I do not think the same response that you got for that case would have been gotten for this one. I'm here to tell you, you don't have to knock those doors because we're here. Keep in mind that in this case, 350 feet is required to the Goochland North. 200 feet is required to the Goochland South. Neither of them are residential, yet only 50-foot setback is required to a residential neighborhood in the east. If you require 200 feet to the south and 350 to the north for Goochland borders, neither of which are residential, I would here to ask and hope that you may likely press pause on approving just a 50-foot setback if it was Goochland homes that were in that residential neighborhood. I'd also ask and hope that regionalistic integrity sets the bar for the same standards of the way which would apply a Goochland neighborhood to a neighboring jurisdiction neighborhood, regardless for these residents of which county that they live in. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hi, Rhonda DeSoto, Henrico County, 12812 Axe Handle Court. And I'm here tonight again to request for the deferral of approval so the discussions can continue. I'm very grateful for the attention that this request has received for our location specifically. I do not think without the support of our Henrico representatives as well as the news outlets that we would even be getting the time and attention to what is impacting our homes and our communities. When I heard about knocking on the door, thank you, Mr. Lyle, for really coming out and seeing firsthand what we're experiencing and where our location is and why we are so concerned about having this minimal buffer between our homes and what Luck is proposing. You listened to me specifically, looked at our home, you saw my kids come off the bus, you saw all the kids in our communities. That's important to us. That's what we want to protect and what we want to provide for our family. And what you are requesting to approve tonight is not discussions. It's not what may come out of it. You're approving what they're requesting in writing. And that's not what is something that our community, that we've heard from other Goochland County residents, as well as other members, in the surrounding areas that they are comfortable with. We have issues, we have concerns, and by all means, we want to continue those discussions, keep those open. So by deferring your approval tonight, you're allowing that to happen and get to a place where we can get something in writing that is comfortable for both sides. We're not saying it's not going to happen, that Luck can't do their business, but we weren't there in 2012. You all heard that. Yes, maybe H.H. Hunt had the plans in place, but us as homeowners and our families and our babies weren't even born yet there. So now we are here and we're asking for that consideration, and you have everything in front of you to make that decision. So thank you.
Hello again. Jury Miller, 12804 Axe Handle Court. Yes. Thank you. Is this better? Okay. All right. First, I did want to just acknowledge Jury Miller, 12804 Axe Handle Court, Glen Ellen, Virginia. Thank you. 23059. First, I did want to acknowledge, as I stated before, that Linwood Thomas, I did reach out to him after the Planning Commission meeting, and he and his team did sit down with about 4 neighbors and myself to answer some questions. So I did want to give credit where credit is due. Okay, but I stand before you tonight, even though I know my words will have no impact on tonight's outcome, as we are well aware how the board will end up voting. I am here because I want, and on public record, to show that all the discussions and decisions related to Luckstone's expansion have ultimately come down to one thing, which is county lines. At the Planning Commission meeting a few weeks ago, 4 Henrico residents shared serious concerns regarding air quality, wildlife displacement, noise control, exposure of particulate matter to our children, and overall quality of life for our families from the quarry expansion. Those concerns did not warrant even a head nod from the Planning Commission. In fact, the last Henrico speaker had barely sat back down before the first commissioner made the motion to approve Luckstone's application, which was followed by a resounding chorus of ayes from the others. I also want to acknowledge the huge difference in the size of the proposed southern-eastern buffers, as one of the representatives spoke to earlier. One of those buffers will protect Goochland, and one will protect Henrico. As you saw, the southern undisturbed buffer will be 200 feet, whereas the eastern undisturbed buffer will be 50 feet. Guess which buffer protects Henrico, and guess which one protects Goochland? We did ask Luckstone to reconsider distributing these buffers in a more equitable fashion. Unfortunately, the answer was not possible. Apparently, the one singular Goochland property that sits in the southern buffer warrants 4 times the buffer as the dozens of Henrico families who reside by the eastern buffer. We were also warned that if tonight's application, focusing on our neighborhood's southern parcel, is not approved, the buffer previously approved for the northern parcel of our neighborhood will be reduced to 15 feet. 15, not 50, 15 feet. So if Luckstone needs more space, they will take it from Henrico either way. I would like you to think about how one Goochland resident enjoying a 200-foot buffer while dozens of Henrico residents share 15, how that does not tell you that county lines came into play. We all know how politics works. One of your own residents described meetings like tonight's as theatrics. I understand that ultimately Goochland needs to look out for Goochland's best interest. However, if in the future this situation is ever reversed, and it is Goochland residents imploring upon Henrico leaders to protect their quality of life, I certainly hope that my representatives will act in much better faith and give them the respect and consideration that has been denied to us. Thank you.
My name is Shannon Dillon. I reside at 12732 Axe Handle Court. I'm not going to belabor the issue as to the berms and the beams and the setbacks and the whatever. I want you all to understand where we live. The road that leads to Axe Handle Lane, which leads to Axe Handle Court, which leads to these people's homes, is barely 2 lanes. Barely. So you want to have a project where one of your thoughts is, well, maybe we'll use Axe Handle Lane to gain access. Well, to do that, you're going to have to be on Kane Road. You might want to take a drive, because if you think your little windy roads out here are small, you've never been on Kane Road. If there's a bus stopped, you are not getting by. If UPS is stopped, you are not getting by. And if the mailman is there, you are not getting by. But let's go ahead and let's use Kane Road and Axe Handle Lane for your expansion because, well, we might need it because we might need to get off of Ashland Road. And even Ashland Road can't handle that. But I digress. My next problem is that you want to have traffic from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m., which is great, except for at 7 a.m., all the kids in Weston Estates are sitting at a bus stop on Axe Handle Lane, which you'll be apparently running your big trucks through because that's how you're going to gain access to Luckstone. Not appropriate. These are little kids. They have one bus stop for the elementary school kids. They have one stop for the high school and middle school kids. And I'm sorry, but I don't trust drivers anymore, especially since 2020. And based on my experience of having lived off of these roads for the last 6 years, I can assure you, if they were your children, you wouldn't want them there either. And I'm glad to see that they say no blasting and no mining and no extraction, because if you lived where I lived, and you lived where Missy lives, and you lived where any of these folks lived, you blast all day long. It rocks our foundation, it rocks our basements, it rocks our pools, and I'm just curious how much more we have to put up with when this neighborhood back in 2011 was deemed residential. It's not like you didn't know then.
Any additional citizen comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll now close the floor. Would the applicant like to respond to anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for an opportunity to respond. There are a few things that I would like to address from the comments that were made. I do think one thing that we can allay concerns on very quickly is, and it was noted in the GDP and in the presentation by staff tonight, is we've only have emergency accessibility off of Kane Road and Axe Handle Road. That is only for emergency purposes. We want to make it abundantly clear that there is no truck traffic from Luck, public hours or otherwise, utilizing Kane Road or Axe Handle Road. So I would like to address that first. I also had a chance to note where each of the speakers was in correlation to our project tonight. And there was only, it looks like, 4 citizens who spoke, and 3 of those don't even share a boundary line, not a jurisdictional line, a boundary line with Luck's property, 3 of which are closest to Lehigh Asphalt, and that could be the reason that they're receiving some of the noises that they're hearing. Again, we reiterate that we don't blast at night. Excuse me. We never have, and we won't. We also would like to recognize that our track record in air and water permitting and quality has been exceptional, and that will not change. We hope that they understand that as we look at our regulations, as we monitor air and water, as the state monitors air and water, that and based on our background and track record, that we will maintain those exemplary standards. Those were the few things that I wanted to touch on that I think was most important or had been raised, questions that had been raised. Actually, there's 2 other things I'd like to address. The 2012, and it was noted in the report tonight, the 2012 CUP overlays the 2010 CUP on the northern property. We had a choice. This is in the application, this is in the approval. We had a choice to choose either a 350-foot buffer or a 205-foot buffer with a 35-foot vegetated berm, which we chose to do back in 2012. That's not misleading. That's in the documents that were approved. On the southern piece, we've already received approval there. On the southern piece, the 350-foot is a buffer. The first 50 feet are an undisturbed buffer. The remaining portion of that, which is 300 feet, is a vegetated berm buffer. We recognize that people say, well, we don't want 150-foot in height berm buffer, but it is a buffer. Similar to the 205-foot buffer to the north, and it is slightly different. We do have minimum standards on the northern piece that was approved in 2012. That's 15 feet. We have committed to 50 with the idea that we would go back and look at that in the future and continue to work with the citizens to see if we can find a better path forward. But there's no height restriction on the northern piece either. And I think Jury mentioned it, but we don't have a maximum right now on that. What we wanted to do, because it's really a math exercise, the dirt has to go somewhere. We were willing to agree to that 150-foot height restriction on the northern piece, or commit to that, so we could eventually put the remaining dirt on the southern piece should we get the approvals. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Yes, Mr. Winfrey. Yeah, you go ahead.
I just need to be clear. Are you going to have blasting on this property under consideration
No, sir.
for this approval, for this request?
No, sir, Mr. Renfrey, there'll be no
No
blasting.
blasting in connection with what's being requested of us tonight.
Yeah, on either property.
So the alternative, I think you mentioned, I'm understanding that you have approval to quarry a certain area. You need to remove that overburden and put it somewhere. So you're going to do that. So the alternative is to truck it somewhere else, is that correct?
That could
So
be-
either it's built in these berms, or it's going to be trucked somewhere else, is that correct?
Some of it potentially will have to go off-site, that's
Yeah.
correct, yes, sir.
So, okay. That's all.
Mr. Spinoff?
Thank you, Mr. Travis. Can you talk a little bit about, a couple of citizens referenced what seems to be the 350-foot buffer, the 50-foot buffer, the 15-foot buffer. Can you talk about the genesis of how we decided on how we are protecting Henrico citizens?
What we first did was an exercise in math to determine what the potential opportunity was for us to develop the southern property. And I'm going to refer to the southern property first. I can address the northern property should you have those questions. What we determined was, based on the amount of dirt that we have and the exercise of setbacks, we looked at the fact that we could potentially provide an undisturbed buffer of 50 feet with the idea that the remaining 300 feet would be vegetated, and we have a landscaping plan for that as well, so that it would still be a buffer, but we also wanted to ensure that we were protecting, or what we would consider insulating our site from the other citizens. We recognize nobody wants anything in their backyard, but we feel like that this would, as staff mentioned, would attenuate sound and would also protect the citizens from hearing additional noises on top of that. So that's how we came to it, to the decision that we would proffer or make a condition for 50 feet, with the remaining being a vegetated berm buffer. So they may not look at that as being a buffer, but it will be a built buffer, and it can be to 150 feet, they're correct. It would be vegetated and then landscaped on the top of that buffer.
Thank you for clarifying
Yeah,
that.
sure.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Law?
This is my first quarry hearing, so I don't know what is normal or standard. But do plans change within the parameters of a CUP? In other words, say a commitment is made for 50-foot. Does the CUP allow you all to decide later that you want to do more than 50-foot? That you could exceed what is the minimal? So the CUP is defining a minimal, not, you couldn't go lower than 50. You couldn't go to 25 because the CUP doesn't allow that. Could you go larger than 50?
We would defer to staff, and not just us as general experts, but we believe based on general conformity standards that we could go beyond 50 feet should we be able to, based on what we've committed to. Now, again, if you're referring to, which parcel are you referring to?
All of them.
All of them.
You know,
Yeah.
just, I'm
So
not a
the answer
generalist.
is we believe that we can do that where possible.
So where I guess I'm going with this is that, and I'm not going to apologize for having some knowledge. I live within 2 miles of your Boscobel plant. I hear the sirens. I don't feel the earth move when blasting takes place, but I'm not completely ignorant of what Luck has done. I've been to the Boscobel facility to view the berms, and if I had not been told those were human-created berms, I would not have known that. So I'm so sensitive to the comments I've heard tonight, because when I lived in Henrico, there was a gentleman by the name of Larry Dixon who sat on the Board of Supervisors, pointed me to the IDA, actually, when I was in Henrico back in the day. And his comment was, you always look out for the homeowner. that is the biggest investment that a person typically has. And so that has resonated with me for, I'm not going to say how many years, but more than 2. And so I have an interest in the homeowner having that sanctuary. But at the same time, I also appreciate that in my neighborhood visits, there was some angst or anger expressed that when the house or the property was sold to them, it was somewhat misrepresented, and I'm going to use that word, misrepresented, as to what was going to happen with the property in Goochland. I don't want to use the word lie, but that misrepresented is where I'm going to stay. And so there was some anxiety and angst that somebody didn't get the full story. They got the Pied Pipers, you're always going to live in the country. And so I don't know that I can fix a problem that isn't of my making. And I'm wrestling with this because I agree. The comment that the home sanctuary is something that really resonates with me, but how do we get to a good resolution? I think the chairman would like me to, I don't know if that was a signal to wrap it up there. Sorry. No, yes, you will, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate it because I'm curious if the CUP were approved at 50, you could do more than 50 through negotiation if it made sense and there was a willingness to have those conversations.
We couldn't make that statement tonight in good
Understand.
faith.
All right,
What we can
good.
say and what we have told the citizens is that we will reconvene to see what is possible. We are looking into what that could look like, but I couldn't make that statement in good faith
And that's
tonight,
fair.
Mr. Lyle.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's always, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion from the board? Mr. Smith?
That's me, just because it's you, Mr.
I'll be happy to. I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU-2024-16, subject to the imposed conditions as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Mr. Spinell? Mr. Christie, do you want to start? Okay. Mr. Spinell?
Okay. It's interesting we find ourselves in these positions of decisions that were made long before our time, right? I think Reverend Nelson may have been the only one serving when both of these projects, the project that was platted in 2012 against an industrial park that has been there longer than I've been alive. And I just wanted to take a moment to commend my peers in Henrico for advocating for your citizens. It is not a difficult position when you are left to see the fulfillment of decisions that were been made prior to you. I do feel like we have, in good faith, tried to get to the best project that protects everyone that we can. And sometimes folks aren't going to align. And it's tough when you're talking about your foundation rocking, your basement rocking, when you move next to a rock quarry. And it's unfortunate, we don't have, Virginia is not a disclosure state. So sometimes I think our realtors could be held a little bit more accountable for letting people know what they're moving up next to. But I do want to thank my peers and the supervisors from Henrico from coming out to Goochland and advocating for your citizens. You did a great job.
Others?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. And I so appreciate Ms. DeSoto recognizing that I was not having car problems, but I was actually trying to see what was going on in the neighborhood. And Mr. Owen also, I walked his property, I walked his fence line, and yes, the barbed wire from Luck into his back fence is probably 18 inches. I mean, it's smacked close up to each other. And there was some concern that, boy, what is happening wasn't disclosed to us, and it was some group presented that it would always be forested and bucolic and pastoral. And I can't fix that. I can't fix what was said when somebody bought their property. I appreciate the 48-hour disclosure on some of our materials. I have been interested in seeing us have more time to review things, so I hope that our Henrico friends don't think they're uniquely singled out, that there is 48 hours for everybody. And I would hope that we can improve on that. And I don't know that I did door knocking, but I did hang out in the neighborhood. And I wanted to see, I wanted to hear. And it's not optimum. It really is not the perfect situation, but I have faith in Luck that they are going to do as best as can be done and take it into consideration. The noise, the dust, all of those are regulated concerns. And again, I'm not inviting people to come to Boscoville, but if they want to see a berm that's vegetated and, in my opinion, indistinguishable from what God created, there are berms out there. But it's not going to happen overnight, and it's going to be a less than ideal scenario should this be approved. I don't know how do we continue the conversation. I have to rely on Luck and the community in Henrico and Goochland that we continue to talk. I've made the comment earlier, I feel like I'm a little bit in family counseling because I do view us as a region. I do view us as, there's arbitrary lines on a map, but I mean, I've lived in Henrico, I've lived in Goochland, and we export a lot of our restaurant money to Henrico. We enjoy having that relationship between the two of us. So it's a process, and I appreciate, and I'm expecting, and I'm going to use that word, expecting that Luck will continue the dialogue should this be approved, and that we make it as good as it can be made. And will everybody get everything they want? No. Luck won't. I don't think the neighbors will. I think I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Winfrey?
You know, admittedly, these are large berms. But, you know, I'm thinking, you know, berms are good. A lot of times developers fight the requirement that planners put on them to create berms because they're part of the, you know, the landscaping and, you know, site protection and so forth. But these are large berms, but I've seen examples of berms that you all have created, and they're nice looking. You know, to address the issue of us moving this quickly, I mean, I'm aware of at least a year ago of this issue coming forward and moving through the process and so forth. And we've had 3 weeks since the Planning Commission to spend more time on it and so forth and so on. So I don't know, you know, and we talk about standing up for our citizens, and I commend Henrico folks for doing that too, but we have to stand up for our citizens as well. And Luck Stone is a wonderful corporate citizen of this community. So, you know, we can't just discard that. I mean, I think we've made that very clear with some of the people who've talked from our community. You know, the other thing is, just to reiterate, you're not going to blast on that. We're not talking about blasting and shaking anybody's pools or their windows or whatever from this operation, which we're talking about right now. So I think we're getting some of that confused when we're talking about putting a berm up. That's not a quarry operation. And you're not going to be bringing the big trucks through their neighborhoods and so forth. I think, you know, you all are trying to address these things that are of concern to the citizens. So. And I look at the alternate. If you don't do the berms, you're going to truck it, and it's going to damage the roads because they're heavy trucks, and it's going to be a long time, probably a longer process, less efficient. So, anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. I just want to make these comments, so bear with me. First and foremost, this is not a company that just crushes rock, that just is dealing with dirt. I geek out on the engineering that is taking place at both facilities in Goochland County. It is a marvel, and it is quite something to see, and it is, so in regards to a berm, that is not simply just a pile. That is a heavily engineered structure that I did stress this to Ms. Whitehead. We have 3 other berms that Luck has within 60 to 70 miles of Henrico County in Burkeville, Culpeper, and Fredericksburg. Luck has already proven this. We don't have to take their word. It can be seen in a normal diligence process. And I threw it out there. I know it was referenced in meetings that the company had with Henrico residents and officials. And so you do have to see the company for what it is. They are a very technical engineering company that has operations throughout the Southeast. We are most proud of their Goochland operations, but this is complex and very thoughtful and very well done across their entire footprint. So first off, engineering is awesome. Second, the Luck family, this can't be said enough. The Luck family has indelible footprints on so many programs that are critically important to Goochland. Goochland Cares, YMCA of Goochland County, Sheltering Arms. Going back to the early days of our volunteer fire and rescue department, the Luck family donated our first ambulance. This is a company that is a model corporate citizen for any jurisdiction, not just Goochland. I would hope that any city or county would drool to have a corporate citizen like Luckstone working with them and within their boundaries. So I hate to say this. Well, I don't hate to say this. I love to say this, but to those critical of Luck, in many ways, that's like calling Santa fat and ugly. I'm sorry. I take offense to it, and I do think people need to watch their words and measure them, because you have to realize that you're talking about somebody that has built a sterling reputation, and they're not going to be easily taken down with stones thrown and misinformation and things of the sort. So if there is a reason Goochland representatives and staff are heavily supportive and defending Luck companies, it is for good reason. And then finally, I will stress the environmental impact and the safety impact, because that has come up a number of times. Mr. Winfrey just touched on it. Keeping truck traffic off of Ashland Road is a major safety benefit to Goochland County. It is callous to say that we are not caring of public safety. We are incredibly focused on that, and this project keeps all of these trucks off a major thoroughfare in our county, and we want to make sure that this continues for decades to come, not just the near term. So we want to do everything we can to see Luck flourishing in Goochland for another 100 years. And I understand emotion, I understand frustration, but this is a company doing it right, that has done it right, that has gone through a very detailed process. And this board, I think, is firmly in support of it for all the reasons we've given. And so I know individuals can be upset with that, but I do think that we have presented our case. The company's presented its case. We, through making comments from this dais, have presented our beliefs in our case, and we will move forward as representatives of our constituents in Goochland County. So thank you very much. Do we have a motion? We have a second? Seeing we have a motion and a second, Mr. Carpenter, please read the roll.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Aye.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Thank you all. With that, we are through the agenda. We will adjourn as follows to Tuesday, October 1st, 2024. The board is invited to attend the annual employee recognition luncheon at Goochland Sports Complex. And Tuesday, October 1st, 2024, we have our regular afternoon meeting, time to be determined, and our 6 p.m. public hearings. The meeting is open to the public. Thank you all. That's fine. I take no offense.
You did a good job.
You